Alrighty then. Over. What's going on, man? You know, it's funny, Topher, that thing you sent me? Get out of here! Yo, Ed, why'd you do that? Ed, why you do that to me? Why do you do that to me? I don't even know what I'm playing yet. Bro! Appreciate it. How was the hunt, man? Put the pants on. I got sweatpants. Does that count? Or cheating. Oh, I mean, I don't mind how many games you guys vote for. Like I said, I even said it when it came to the vote that I wasn't going to play what won. I was going to just take that into consideration to see what people were leaning towards. I'm going to play whatever I'm going to play. I just needed an idea, right? Starting point. We did Piers. Yeah, I saw you were flying, and I was curious, like when you're flying as like a raven or whatever the hell you were doing. Did the guy shoot you out of the air or something? That was kind of crazy. Yeah, you can do whatever you want, Tupper. I don't care. Bees? Oh, that was crazy. Yeah, I was like, what the hell? You just poof it. I was so confused what was going on. But yeah, Topher, that thing you sent me is kind of cool, but it reminds me a lot of what Edge added to his stream called Microscape. It's pretty cool. But it's played through stream. It's an idle game that you gain EXP time for watching streams that are enrolled in it, kind of thing, right? Oh, it's a beetle. Oh, interesting. That's kind of cool. What up, Reef? What's going on? Thanks for coming on over with the raid. I appreciate you. Yeah, sorry. Today is one of those weird lackluster days. I don't honestly know what the hell I'm going to be doing because we put down Quinfall on Thursday/Friday to let it have time to cook. So now we're in the process of determining what our next game we're going to jump back into, whether we jump into a game we've played previously to finish up a playthrough. We're going to jump back into a game that we haven't played in a while to see where it's at and if we still like it, or if we're going to pick up something new, or if we're going to just pick up a palate cleanser that's like a 1 week kind of game just to kind of binge it a few days and then, you know, start something real fresh, real deep after. We haven't really decided what we're going to do yet. We only have a couple games on the list right now. And I forgot to put Final Fantasy 14 on here, but I'm kind of reluctant to put games like Guild Wars 2, ESO, and Final Fantasy 14 on the list purely because all of those either require a membership to maintain like quality of lives and or the in-game content, or I have to buy DLCs regularly to keep up and stuff like that. It's like it's more of a monetary thing that I'm a really cheapskate trying to figure out what I want to play, and I'm kind of just stuck. But we planned on like looking into a few of these, and honestly, we might not play any of these. I just wanted to kind of get an idea of what people were feeling, and most people seem to be feeling like these three, right? Most people aren't really keen on the whole, you know, Albion or ESO or Guild Wars, which I'm fine with the ESO and Guild Wars not being on top of the list. And I'm honestly torn on Albion myself because I love the idea of the crafting system and all the other stuff. It honestly puts me in a mindset of like EVE Online, where it's like super, super, super like profession based, where you have to go around and gather tons and tons of different materials and you have to craft tons of different things, but when you die you have to like basically start over. Like it kind of gives me those vibes, and I don't hate it, but I also find those games very difficult to play solo. And if I'm gonna go into it with an Iron Man play style, still self-found kind of thing like I always do, it's not that I can't play with people, it's just I'd have to find a group that could protect me to be able to do that kind of stuff. And once again, that's not something I normally do when I'm streaming, because I don't normally like go into a game with like a community in mind. Like, all right, guys, we're gonna community this up and do XYZ. So I do feel like Albion's probably not the best fit for us right now. But I mean, that leaves us with Warframe, Where Winds Meet, and New World, which is the 3 that you guys voted the highest for. New World would be just revisiting our Iron Man playthrough and trying to get more of it completed, if not all of it. Warframe would be like a super just hell of a grind, and not like something that we would play forever, but it would be like just completionist kind of thing, just trying to grind out different items, materials, and things like that, put some builds together, get bored of it, and try and find something next. And then same thing with Where Winds Meet. I feel like that doesn't have like an infinite grind that I would enjoy either. So I'm not honestly seeing anything of like true longevity for me. One thing I am kind of stuck on too is I thought about doing a Iron Man playthrough of RuneScape, but I know me trying to make a brand new character on RuneScape and then trying to re-level all my skills and all my abilities and then have to fight each boss to get my gear. I know me, and I'm gonna hate it, and I'm gonna get so bored of it, even though I love that game, because I've already done all that content. And you're not wrong, Dig. That's another one that I forgot to put on the list of a game we could go back and revisit and do more completion, just like New World. But I didn't sleep a whole lot today, so I honestly don't know if we'll actually get to gaming today. I'm currently eating, seeing if that helps my energy levels. I went to sleep late and woke up early. I got like 4 hours of sleep, so I'm a little bit tired. I've already been up for like 5 hours. Oh, Edge, did you see that video I sent you that Topher linked me? So Topher sent me a video of Path of Exiles 2, and I was like, bro, that looks absolutely insane. $155, let's go, Topher. Making that way back up. Well, yeah, so it does the oil, like Cascade Nova thing, but then it has like a cast on crit with lightning warp to automatically like warp them around. So he never stops channeling, and the channeling automatically teleports him. So he doesn't have to like start channeling and stop channeling and start channeling and stop channeling. It's like the movement skill built in. Yo, Slash. I don't know if you joined the Discord or not, but I can just show you the place I'm talking about really quick. Just so you know. I mean, don't take this an offensive way, but I don't like doing collabs. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with anything. I try to stay very focused on what I'm doing and reading my chat. But here's RuneMod, right? Here's that fast travel I was telling you about. And then right north of it, up here, right before this wooded area, it's right here. I'm not exaggerating, Sledge. There's like 150 of them. Like, look how many there are. It's absolutely insane. I don't know about the prices because I like playing Iron Man. I don't actually sell things, but what this allows you to do, whether the basil itself or the material itself or anything, it gives you an easy place to just walk around and loot, knowing there's a mat. Like by the time you loot all of it, it starts respawning. It takes that long. What it gives you is all the seeds for farming, right? So every time you harvest something, you have a chance for seeds. So knowing you have an easy place to just infinitely farm basil nonstop. Yeah, like I said, the basil might not sell for much. Like the common or the uncommon or even the rare material might not sell for much, but getting those farming mats is huge. And that's like really good. Like obviously we could talk about a lot of other places in the game for like lots of other stuff. Um, but that is the, like hands down like one of the most insane places I have found. Also, did you clan mark the penguin that I told you about? The penguins right here. Okay. Um, I'm trying to think if there's a couple other places that I found that I thought were pretty solid when it came to certain farmables. So one of the other ones I found, I can't technically show you because it doesn't show on the map. But if you're ever looking for a hyena spot, I can't really tell on this map. But you know where the PvP 100 area is, like right around here somewhere. I think it's like right here, if I'm not mistaken. Um, yeah, with the stupid ass assholes, yeah. So on the back side of that, on the outside of it, I think it's like right north of this fast travel, there's like a hyena location. And it's really nice. Actually, no, take that back. I think it's just following the road south of this. There's a lot of hyenas right here. And it's one of the few hyena locations that isn't inside of a forest. So they're easy to see and spot. And they're just daisy chained along the road line. So it's really easy just to farm hyenas around here. There's also an insane zebra spot. I want to say right here. Absolutely wild. Um, and then my personal favorite for hippos is right here. It's very, very easy. What game are you talking about, Dig? Oh, the one Topher linked, yeah. Alright, sounds good, Slurk. I'll talk to you later, man. I appreciate you. Yeah, I just wanted to show you that because those couple places are absolutely nuts. Agent, yo, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Like I said, I'm currently eating and just chatting for a little bit, and then we're gonna try and figure out what we're gonna play. I'm honestly just completely torn on what I want to do. Like I'm contemplating maybe doing a new Guild Wars 2 playthrough. Trying like another character. I really like the Berserker I was playing. He was really fun. But I'm curious if there's maybe a new, because with the new passives and the new setups and talent trees and stuff, kind of completely new. Oh yeah, a new Grim Dawn? Hell yeah. Let's take off the that. I don't need my referral code on the screen anymore. I'm not playing Quinfall at least. Are you talking about the one that kind of looked like Melvor, Topher? Or are you talking about? Oh, okay. Interesting. An online version. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, it can be really annoying when you're trying to like test a game or try a game out and you're constantly getting kicked. It really cause problems. Yeah, I remember seeing that one, Dig. I think I saw somewhere that I think was it this? It might have been this. I don't remember. Um, or was it the other game we played? There's a game I saw that recently got a Iron Man playthrough on it. Yeah. Warframe is an option as well. Like I said, I feel like Warframe is kind of like Destiny 2 for me, where it's not a forever indefinite grind for me, but it is something like I could easily jump into, match stuff, have fun with like a third person shooter, just kind of looter shooter, kind of have some fun, pass some time for a couple weeks, maybe a month, grinding out some characters and suits and stuff. It's fun, 100%. It's definitely worth the time, some enjoyment. It's just at the end of it, I'm like, all right, I'm bored, and then I'm moving on. Yeah, that's what I was told, Dig. It's like it's a lot of grinding, but there's a certain point where after you've grinded out a couple characters, a couple suits or whatever, or a couple mods, you just kind of get really bored of the grind, and it's just like you kind of turn your brain off and either continue to do it or you find something else to pass the time. Same thing happened with me with like First Ascendant and stuff like that, where it's just like the entire game, like the playtime of the game, is grinding out all the equipment. But once you've like grinded out the mods, you grinded out the suits, you put like 5, 10,000 hours into the game, and then there's nothing to do because you've already grinded everything. And it's like, well, what do I do now that I have everything? And obviously, they keep moving the goalposts by adding more content and stuff. So you keep having like more time to put in the game, more time to to do stuff. So it's kind of fun. Don't get me wrong, but for me, it's kind of hard, combatly speaking, to grind like a boss over and over again, or a dungeon over and over and over again, just to find one material to get one upgrade. I kind of find that repetitiveness boring, even though I like other repetitiveness that is similar but different. I don't know. I'd have to try it because, like I said, like there are certain repetitive grinds that I love. I don't know what the crucial pivotal point of what decides if I like it or dislike it. That I haven't figured out yet. But there are certain grinds that I absolutely just cannot put down, and other ones that I can't do for more than 10 seconds. We're almost done with dinner. But I was watching a bunch of like YouTube videos of people ranking like MMOs for like 2026 and what they recommend, what they dislike, their thoughts and their processes on things. And honestly, we just kept coming back to the same thing. We just kept coming back to the same heightened industry standards. World of Warcraft, Guild Wars 2, Final Fantasy 14. That's what keeps repeating. That's what keeps coming up. And it's like all the stuff I've already played. I'm just like, I don't really want to go back to WoW. Is it that Eventia just like Eidolon? Yeah. Honestly, I haven't even opened up Eidolon in days. Oh yeah, Tober, did you see my picture of my Fortune Mill? Bro, I've just been boredomly playing that game. I put so many hours in. I mean, not active hours because I just leave it running, but so for what I found you have to do in the pluses is you have to reset your gold guy every time you get to a new room. And if you want to min max it, you have to reset it regularly. So set it for like gold farming and then farm gold for like a couple hours and then reset it and set it to where things are cheaper and then spend it all and then wait a minute for it to reset again and then rinse and repeat. Bro, I'm just saying, I think 3 pluses took me longer than 4 pluses did. And the last room, one thing that really helped me in the last room, Topher, was taking all of my points and from my, from the gold guy, the Zenith guy, and putting them into tokens with token respawn, like generation time, right? And then unlocking the duck, the bubblegum like duck dude, and literally spamming that, like literally holding down the left click button on the spend 5 and just walk away, because every time you hit those orange ones and it increases that speed, increases that speed, increases that speed, increases that speed, it truly doesn't matter about anything else but that speed. It was funny. I did that earlier today, Topher. I was struggling to like get enough tokens to like actually make any progress towards the 10 billion I needed. And it was taking me like a couple minutes to get to 100 to buy the 100 pack to then get like 2 to 3 million plushie shit. I'm like, all right, this is taking forever. So I was like, screw it. I'm just gonna leave the left click button held down on this freaking bubblegum bitch, and I'll come back later. Bro, I came back like an hour later, and I went from basically being empty the whole time to being positive 5 million tokens because of how fast my coin generation got to. And then I ended up with like 28,000 of the red balls. So one like 100 claim, instead of getting like 3 million or 1 million or something I was getting like 2 billion. So it took me like 3 or 4 clicks and I was done with the room. Bro, I want to sit down and do lethal mode, but god damn, that thing sucks. Like, I mean, that is honestly something we could use as a palate cleanser. Just like a single day, just sit down and just fuck with that thing until we figure out, until we jump into a new game. That's an easy one. But I need to figure out what to play. Like, that's what's really hurting me. Like, because like I said, I really want to play Albion purely for the crafting. But then I think about it. If I'm playing this Iron Man and I'm playing this solo self-found, right? I don't mind having to go into sketchy ass PvP zones, getting my ass killed, and losing all my loot. That's the nature of the game. It's expected. I'm going into it eyes open, knowing that that's going to happen. Depending on how hard I get camped would depend on if it ruins the game for me or not. But at the same time, like, what would the enjoyment and the replayability of that be for me in the end game? Like, if I crafted myself full set of gear, what am I going to do with it? Like, what is there for me to do with that gear going forward? Like, other than getting into group content and doing, I don't know, I'm trying, like, at least with New World, it's like, oh, I group up to go get profession outfits to then make gear. And then once I hit the milestones for the gear and I get my trophies, like, it's like the grind to unlock all the stuff is cool. And then once I have the gear, I can use the gear to like do open world content. I can do raids. I can do dungeons and mutants and stuff. I can do the world events. I can do I can get strong enough to actually do the open world, like uh world tours and stuff, like with minimal amounts of players, and it's cool. It's fun. But I'm trying to find a game that's similar in that aspect. Duck is OP. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, so the problem I have, Dig, is every SAO game I have looked at has the same problem. The combat looks dope because it's got that Sword Art Online feel, the fast paced hack and slash kind of blanket the screen, just appealing look. But the actual grouping, the social portion, the pay to win, the gotcha systems, the just lack of UI and graphical and stuff to do, it's severely lacking in so many different aspects that it makes it just not worth even playing. Like the one game that I really liked the way it looked was SAO Fractal Dream or whatever. Yeah, this one. This one looks fan fucking tastic. But like even at $25, I think it's too expensive for this game because it looks crazy. And like that's another thing. Is like I want MMO. Like I don't like single player all that much. But this thing looks fan fucking tastic. You have like character swaps where you can like tag in and swap in. You have open world bosses where you can group up with mass amounts of people. They have the floor bosses and everything as well. Like the combat just looks fire as fuck. But the community and like the other aspects of the game other than combat just lack. That's where it falls short. Wait, what's going on, mate? How's it going? No, I haven't logged into Eidolon in a little while. Actually, let's look. When was the last time I logged into Eidolon? June 9th. So it's been 6 days. I'm feeling pretty content with that. I'm doing pretty good. I got a little lack of sleep today, so we're kind of struggle busting and we're trying to find a game to play. I haven't gotten into it yet. And that's what I was saying, Dig, is like I've heard good things about good slash bad like mixed reviews on the whole open world PvP and Albion, where I've heard that the areas are so big and there's so few people in the zones that to get camped is pretty hard. And if you die a couple times, you die a couple times, but you're still going to be able to get in and get out with lots of materials as long as you kind of have an idea of what you're doing. Um, so it's like that's why I say it's kind of like it gives me the Eve Online vibes of being able to like go into these systems to get these higher tier resources to get out with it, and you can do it. Occasionally you die, you do run the risk of getting killed every once in a while and losing your stuff and starting over, but like that's the nature of the game. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Dick. Is like if I'm not into the PvP aspect of it, then Albion Online just kind of feels useless at the end because yeah, you need to replace your gear. Yeah, crafting is cool and all, and gathering resources is pretty dope. But unless you're selling gear to other players, there's at a certain point like you don't need to keep crafting gear, right? You don't need to keep gathering resources to keep crafting stuff because you're not really breaking your gear because you're not really participating in anything, right? Not really destroying your gear. You're not really losing your gear, so you don't need to keep replacing it over and over again. And at the same time, what's the point of selling it to players to funnel money into your character if all you're doing is crafting anyway? It's like unless you're buying the crafting materials and then craft and doing that whole process, like what's the point of just stockpiling lots of cash? Like I don't know. It seems like it would be fun, but it seems like kind of one dimensional that I wouldn't really be able to take full advantage of playing it. So it kind of just feels a little lackluster and not really worth my time. Oh yeah, I can't remember the name of it either, Dig. It's the one that has like the AI that actually levels up, does quest, and fights, and you can give gear. Kind of like, yeah, it's kind of a cool game aspect, but I don't think it actually did very well. You off to bed? Sounds good, Topher. I appreciate you, man. Uh, honestly, I don't. I don't. Nothing is really singing to me on something to play. Like truly, nothing is seeming interesting. Like I am interested in Elder Scrolls Online, but I feel like what's turning me off to the idea of playing this is knowing that without the membership, I'm gonna be lacking a bunch of quality of life, right? So if we look at this, ESO membership benefits, right? So if we look at the benefits of the ESO Plus membership, right, which is what the I just say 2,000 and just call it a day. 30, 12. I don't know. Just putting in some numbers. I just want to see the plus membership. All right. So you earn more tome points for challenges. Don't know what the hell that even means. Crowns per month, which I'm assuming is their premium currency of some kind. So you get full access to all DLCs. Um, 2 free companions as well. So yeah, I'm assuming you could probably buy the DLCs from the Crown store as well with crowns, which is money, and you get crowns. So it's like I don't know, it's kind of their increased progression. So you get 10% EXP, gold, and points. It's whatever I feel like. Um, crafting and so it's like just yeah, enhances your speed at which you do stuff. And then this is the main thing I feel like it's like the storage. You're able to make use of doubled furnishing and collectible space in your houses, a double bank space for your account, and access to furnishing vault. So I feel like from one thing I did here is the inventory management is absolutely atrocious in the game without being a member. Um, but I feel like I guess with that in mind, you just got to play around it. I guess I don't know. So this is the one thing I am kind of just meh about is this, and then also having to um playing it for free is fine and all, but I wouldn't have any of the like DLCs. So not having a DLCs kind of makes it feel like, okay, what's the point of playing the game if I can't play the whole game? I guess it's worth playing the free version to see if you like it before buying the DLCs, which is perfectly acceptable, but kind of just feel meh about it. It kind of just doesn't turn me off to the idea of it. It just makes me feel like I could play something else instead without having to spend any money. Power nap in the chat. Nah, Tover, go get a good night's sleep, man. It's definitely worth. Yeah, I don't know either, Dick. Like that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't mind games that have in-game conversions like that, where you take your in-game currency to buy like membership, points and stuff like that. Like I don't hate that idea. I like it in RuneScape. I like it in other games because it keeps everything in house, right? And instead of like having a bunch of RMTing to acquire the same thing. They do it in game, and it's kind of nice. Um, and then obviously we got the new world. This is something I could just brain deadly jump into and just grind. It literally takes zero effort, and I'm not opposed to it, but I'm also just like, I want to do it, but I don't want to. I don't know. This is a hard one for me because I do love New World, and there's a decent amount of people playing still. Shockingly enough, yeah, 480 people still. Like, I'm actually shocked about that. Um, but I don't know. I kind of lost my steam on it a little bit. Like, I want to finish it, but I need a break, and I don't have a lot of time to take a break. And then obviously we got Warframe, which is something we can easily jump into and start grinding and having to learn and figure out, and wouldn't be too big of a deal. But it's one of those games, it's kind of like First Ascendant, where if I don't set my stats up properly or build my mods right, or know what I'm doing properly, I'm going to be severely gimped, and I'm going to be hating my life the entire time I'm playing it because I didn't set up my character properly. I didn't put the right mods in the right spots. I didn't use the right meta setups or whatever. And I'm just getting my ass kicked left and right, and I'm just struggle busting. And it's going to make me not want to play the game. And then on top of that, if I do set it up right, it's going to be so brain dead that I'm just like speed running shit. Or, not speed running, but, I'm actually able to do the content. But I'm just bored because I'm just constantly grinding the same thing over and over and over and over and over until I finally get a lucky drop that I'm looking for. And it's just like, do I want to play a game based off of just pure RNG? I don't know. It just feels kind of lackluster to me. And then we got Where Winds Meet, which is kind of like, in my opinion, it's like a solo meets MMO kind of game where you typically just go through the campaign, go through the story, explore the maps and stuff, and then you group up for bosses and stuff. And it's like, it kind of feels like Dark Souls meets, I don't even know, like Guild Wars 1, where you only see people when you group up with them kind of thing. So I'm really torn on all of these that I put on the list. Guild Wars 2 is the only one we didn't talk about because Guild Wars 2 I've played, but they changed it up so much. It's basically a brand new game, and it's in the same boat as ESO for me. That playing it as a free-to-play is viable, but you need to buy the DLC still. And if you know what I mean, like, I don't want to put money into a game. I really don't. I'm cheap. So I'm at a loss of what to play. Yeah, I have Division 2. I mean, I don't know if I have any of the DLCs or anything, but I bought Division 2 when it first came out. And I didn't even realize they were still getting updates. I did see a video on it that they have like 8-man raids and a bunch of other stuff in the game now, which is kind of insane. The $50 pack? So what about the people that already purchased it, Topher? Are they forever just better than everybody? Because they have an item that's what I'm saying. So anybody that bought it now has it, and now they're just forever better than everybody else. So it's even more pay to win. Oh, did it? Yeah, because I remember when it first came out, Dig, it was dope. I played it for a while, but it was so boring and repetitive that, like, you would just go to the dark zone to fight people in PvP because there was nothing else to do in the game. Yeah, you could like go in and speed run dungeons and stuff for loot, but there was no reason for it. Like, there was no reason to grind these dungeons. There was nothing in them that you needed. It's, I didn't really understand like the premise behind the game of what to do and what the reasoning behind grinding this stuff was, other than going into the dark zones and PvPing people, and even that just had meta builds that were just ridiculous to play against. It was just like, I wouldn't say RNG, but it was just like who landed the right shot at the right time. Kind of, it was yeah. I didn't like it, but I haven't looked into it since then. I gave up like a couple months after it came out because I was just so bored. You want to manage it? Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Agent. Where Wind meets to me, from what I've seen, is like Dark Souls meets like Guild Wars 1 almost, where you kind of play the game by yourself in like your own reality, but when you want to go and do like a boss fight or something, you can group up with other people to do boss fights. You don't really see and interact with the people all that much unless you're like intentionally getting into a group to do something. And I'm not saying that I hate that idea. It is something that it's like a good palate cleanser. It's like because it looks beautiful and the combat looks kind of nice. It kind of gives me BDO vibes that I love. But what kills me for it is I like seeing other players around the map. I like interacting with people indirectly by just wiggling my butt in their face, just running up to them and annoying them on my mount. You know what I mean? I like doing that kind of stuff. But if I want to group with somebody to help them clear a quest, to farm out some resources, show them the ropes, whatever it is, I want to be able to do that. And like, not saying you can't do that in this game, but this game is severely lacking in the content it has because of the way the game is. There's not a lot of like, there's not blacksmithing and mining and wood chopping and woodworking and you know what I mean. There's none of these professional skills that I'm used to in most MMOs. That is what I typically play the game for. I love gathering resources and figuring out route gathering routes for different materials that are efficient and kind of simple to follow that I can bring back and craft lots of resources and then level up my professions to higher levels to be able to make good gear for myself and then rely upon my crafting to make best gear for my character so I can then get into some PvE content and so like that's the kind of like progressional stuff I enjoy doing, and that's why I love New World so much. Is that's basically New World in a nutshell. But I don't know if I could bring myself to finishing my Iron Man playthrough of New World. That's where I'm struggling right now. Is Quinfall is great. I was really enjoying Quinfall. I still like Quinfall, but it needs time to cook because it's lacking a lot of PvE content and a lot of polish and refinement. Like the fact that I can't hit escape to pull up the game menu is absolutely mind fucking blowing. I just truly can't fathom the fact that they haven't added that, or the fact that I can't split
Would you like a cup of
content.
water?
Yo, thanks for the
Thirsty as
hydrate.
fuck
I
right
can't
now.
split stacks of materials from my bank without putting it into my inventory first. That's that. Hey, like I said, Topher, just go get some sleep, man. It's great. Just you can have a day's conversation. What the hell? That's crazy.
Oh shit! A rat!
Yeah, so that's. I mean, I think it's the. Yeah, have a good night, Topher. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. I'll see you tomorrow. Um, yeah, the aesthetics and like the graphics and the combat style is definitely completely different when you're talking about a martial arts types of combat style. Like I said, when we're talking about where winds meet like combat style, BDO combat style, and those types of things, it's definitely a different aesthetic, right? Versus say, Lord of the Rings or World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, they're more just I feel like I said, I guess what you're saying, like Western style, it kind of makes me feel more medieval kind of art style versus like the Asian art style, like instead of like the fast paced hack and slash, more of like the brutal, hard hitting, big attacks. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like it's a two different aesthetics. I like both personally. I am a sucker for hack and slash, like really flashy hack and slashes. Because I love katanas, I love scythes. Like I like all the like the ninja types of weapons a lot. But I'm also a really big fan of like dual wielding axes and swords and great swords, sword and shields, spears, right? I'm a big fan of like even like the Western Viking style kind of like weaponist kind of fighting styles as well. So it's like I think I like just about any type of fighting style. Any type of combat, any type of fighting style I kind of like. Like even RuneScape's old school RuneScape's just auto attack style. I genuinely like. Even though it's like super basic, super simple, like zero effort, like yeah, it's on the lower end of enjoyment, but I don't hate it either. I don't know what it is about katanas. They've always intrigued me. But thanks for the hydrate, Tover. So like I said, I honestly can't find something I like. It's really just kind of upsetting. Like I feel like I almost just need to jump into a palate cleansing kind of game until I can like something piques my interest. And I can't think of a palate cleansing game that doesn't make me want to uninstall. It was you? What was you? Oh, I think I said thanks for the hydrate, mate, but maybe it came out Topher. I don't know. Yeah, I was just saying thanks for the hydrate. My bad. I don't know. Um, bro, I'm at a loss right now. Like the Ragnarok game would be kind of dope. You said Topher for hydrate? Oh, did I? Yeah, I didn't mean that. Cat, go lay down. I don't need to be having cat for dinner. Get off my keyboard. Oh. Alright, so that when we go here, let's go to how do we search for just MMOs? I want to just search for MMOs. How do I do that? Alright. Is there a way to like filter this even further? I want like MMO, like free to play. If this is like idle hacking, like this isn't like I want like maybe this okay. Alright, so what do we got? We got MMO. Holy the list. Alright, we'll start with MMO and then we'll subgenre. Okay, okay. Um I'm not particularly like sold one way or the other on like what the subgenre is, I guess. Um I guess like open world. Yeah, I want something with like open world, I guess. Alright, that should limit what we see. What do we got? Myth of Empires. I think I've seen that one. Pull it up really quick. Oh yeah, that's the one that looks like your Wukong. Yeah. I remember seeing this when it first launched. It looked cool, but it reminded me a little too much of Conan Exiles almost. Not quite, obviously, because this actually has like stuff to do. It seems like, but it reminded me a lot of Conan Exiles, which those games aren't too terrible. I just feel like those are games that I literally play for like a weekend and then I never touch them again. This is kind of cool though. I didn't realize they had conveyor belts and stuff in it. That's pretty sick. It looks cool. It looks like you can do progression. You can like capture animals. You can have workers work for you. You can build like massive things, sieging castles and towers. It's pretty cool. Yeah, the problem I have with those types of games, Agent, is like the survival open world crafting kind of survival games. It's like it's a map. Like even if you have randomly generated maps, so every time you play it, it's a different map. It's just like you kind of explore the map a little bit, find out where the resources are, and then you just rinse and repeat gather those resources to speed run, leveling up certain things to get to certain tiered armors to tame certain things, and then boom, you have everything you need to kind of crush the game, and then you're just okay. Now I'm gonna replay the map again. It's like almost playing Minecraft speed running. Like you know exactly what you're doing and how to do it. You just got to figure out, you know, your surroundings more or less. I love crafting, Agent, more than anything. Give me just a second. I gotta. All right, we're back. You're watching the 5 minute. It's all good. It's all good. Um, but like I said, the thing I have a problem with those games is I I love crafting, right? And if a game doesn't have like I wouldn't say infinitely grindable resources, right? But if I can't like devise a path, a route, or whatever to gather this resource to then have another route for another resource, so then I can gather these resources in conjunction to like combine and to craft a bunch of swords and stuff like that for a purpose. Crafting just to craft means nothing to me. But if I'm crafting for a purpose, working towards like New World, for example, you craft a bunch of crap to get to max level, so you at max level you can make a trophy, and then that trophy allows you to make higher graded stuff, and that higher graded stuff can then allow you, once you have all the other things in place, to craft a best in slot perfect item. So then once you have full maxed out gear that way, you are then like done with the game. right? Once you have the gear, the only thing left to do is PvP, which means you've kind of beaten the game at that point, or you're running raids and so on and so forth, which is once again, you kind of beat the game at that point. Um, but it's that grind to get to that point, which is the fun part. But if you're just crafting to craft, kind of just feels bad. And like with Quinfall, it's kind of like that because you do need to craft a whole ton of pointless stuff to get a chance to craft one of the good ones. But there's no difference between crafting stuff at level 70 versus crafting things at level 100, right? Maxing out your profession kind of means nothing. It's just an indirect byproduct of crafting so many things to try and upgrade it to get a best in slot piece of gear. I don't like crafting to craft and then the byproduct being getting to max level. It just seems kind of meh. I feel like the goal should be to get to max level so you can then make your best in slot gear, right? Which, like I said, either way truly doesn't matter because, you know, either way, you're still overcrafting past max level in both situations. So, I mean, it truly doesn't really matter which one comes first. It's just, I guess, it's the mental reasoning behind either one. So, what I need from a game is I need something that I can play by myself, right? Because I like playing Iron Man. I want a game that I'm not required to buy things from other players. Like, for example, Black Desert Online, you're not really, you could play Iron Man, but the amount of time, effort, and energy and whatever you have to put into the game to acquire every piece of gear, every single upgrade material, and everything you need to actually make progression in that game would take such a long amount of time every single day. You basically have a job. And that's kind of what burns me out on that game. No matter how much I love that game, the combat is phenomenal. The professions are phenomenal. The just the overall complexity and the depth and how long it takes you to level things up, and then the fact that every level actually has weight behind it is just absolutely insane. Windrose, I don't really like single player games, or even like I don't mind online co-op games stuff, but like what would you call it again? Windrose is that like survival game, right? The pirate survival game. Yeah. Um, it's because I like how this is just complete Japanese. But first off, I have to buy the game, train. Secondly, I wouldn't want to. I don't like playing games by myself. If I'm gonna play a game like that, I'm gonna play it online co-op, but I'd have to have a partner, and that's not gonna happen. Not at least right now. And then thirdly, those types of games, since they are like kind of like a single player. They have an ending. They have like a final boss. They have a final chapter, and there's nothing to really do after that. I don't like those games because there's not a lot of replayability to them. So I try to not spend money on games like that. Like I don't mind spending a small amount of money on an open-ended sandbox type of game that I can just go around doing whatever I want, however I want to do it. You know what I mean? If there's stuff in the game that I enjoy doing, that's fine, right? 3K DR, let's go. I mean, so pay to win to me, Agent, is very different than other people's pay to win. Mine is very old school style. Is I don't care if you swipe your credit card to get to the end of the game faster. I don't mind if you swipe your credit card to power boost or EXP boost or to get level faster or any of that kind of thing, right? If it's like extra inventory space, extra carry weight, being able to access your bank remotely, like any of those quality of life things, people consider all that stuff pay to win, and I personally don't. The only thing that I care about, and there's a two-pronged approach to this, is one is the pay to win system that if you swipe your credit card, you obtain an item that is stronger than anything a free to play player could obtain. That's true pay to win. No way around it. I will not play a game that has that. Now, if you swipe your credit card to obtain a premium currency to buy the best in slot item that a free to play player can get, I'm not opposed to this because a free to play player could still obtain the same item that you obtained. It's just harder for them to do it. Right. I'm not opposed to that. Now, there is a caveat to that, which is the second part of this, which is there is a huge pay to win portion that I dislike that falls into that category, and it's 100% revolves around Lost Ark is everything you can swipe your credit card, and everything you can swipe your credit card for, free to play players can farm. The problem is the amount of materials you need to farm as a as any player is so obnoxiously high that if you don't swipe your credit card, you fall behind. And even if you don't fall behind, people that swipe their credit cards are just so far ahead. You might not be behind, but you're not ahead like they are. And then once they're ahead, they stay ahead until they hit the literal max, right? And then once they're at max and there's nowhere for them to go up, you can slowly catch up to them, but it's hard because the way the community works is they bottleneck everybody below them so they can't catch up as easily. It's a really dumb community system that I hate that's in place. And it's those types of pay to wins that truly hurt a game. And that's the only two pay to wins that I dislike. I love Lost Ark and I would definitely go back to it since there's a lot of single player aspects to it. But I definitely find it really hard to actually launch the game because of that reason. 1.5, 1.7 second pallet. Huge. Yeah, Train, I don't know if you can hear me because an ad is playing. Typically wait for ads to finish to continue on my conversations. But a buddy of mine was playing Windrose and it looks really good. I even watched Shroud play it with one of his friends. But yeah, where one meets is pretty insane. It looks pretty good. But those are the types of games that I literally would play for a weekend and never touch again. It's just like RuneScape Wildlands or whatever. It's good, it's fun, but it doesn't hold my interest for very long because being a single player online co-op kind of game, it has an ending point. There's a certain point where you can't progress any further because there's no other content. There's nothing truly to do. So it has a fall off for me pretty hard. But yeah, Whirlwind meets is pretty cool. Like the grind is cool, the setting up your bases and teleporting around and fighting the bosses and leveling up and gear grinding, like all of that is really sick in the game. Like I like that. It's just once you've done it, just like just even like an MMO, but like with a single player style game like that, until new content is released or DLC is released, you have nothing to do, right? It's not like a game like Sims or something where you could jump back into it and replay it a different way. Like, yeah, you might be able to replay it as like instead of using a great sword, I can use a sword, like a one-handed sword, or I can use ranged, or yeah, you can play it with different weapons, similarly to what they do with Skyrim. But it's not like the replayability is not really there because you're doing the same exact thing every single time. Now, at least with like something like The Sims, you can take different job paths. You can do, have different methods or challenges, or there's lots of little things that you can change. That you have like one person with like 10 animals, or you have like 15 people living in a house, or you only have nothing but babies, or you know what I mean? Like you have 15 husbands, whatever the fuck you want to do. Like you can do it because it's sandbox. It's just whatever your imagination can think of, you can do. And a game like where Windrose, you're kind of put into a box and you have to play it in a specific way. Did you not upgrade the Atom? Bro, I feel so bad for you. When you're upgrading your snail, you have to upgrade the Atom Collider. This one, sodium. You have to. Each level prevents your snail from going down to every for an interval of 5. So at level 2, it's 10. At level 3, it's 15. I know it's too late, but I'm just saying, like now, Push it to level 5. Once you hit level 5, hold on to your mail until you level this sodium up to level 1. Once it's level 1, then go to 10. And once you're at 10, level this to level 2 and rinse and repeat that process. Or just level this a whole ton of times and don't have to think about it anymore. But yeah. That's so bad. I mean, I did the same thing recently, Dig, where I was at level, I think, 42 or 43, and I failed back down to 40 by mistake, and I was like, fuck. I got so pissed. I got so upset. It took me forever to get to 42 or 43, and then I accidentally misclicked and I cucked myself. Anyway, so looking at these RPGs, this one looks interesting, but it's not a long-term one for me. I thought this one would be cool to play off stream with my friend Edge, but he never gave me an answer on it, so I feel like he wasn't very interested. Now, I was contemplating doing an Iron Man playthrough of RuneScape because I do love RuneScape. RuneScape is very open world and sandboxy to play however you want. The biggest problem I have with RuneScape is there's so much AFK time while fishing or cooking or chopping or whatever that I feel like as a stream, it might feel very boring and dead to watch me just sit there and whack on trees for long periods of time. But I was thinking that if we were to do this, we could be playing games on the side. You know, we could have Eidolon in the background. We could even have Quinfall running in the background and be doing stuff and alternate games while we're like set up a cooking session. So we got like 2 minutes of cooking or whatever. You know what I mean? Like whatever the factor is, we could take advantage of that and then try to actually maybe get more quests done, which I fucking hate quests. But you know, maybe I'd be more inclined to doing it if I was doing it on stream and getting all my quests done. Um, and maybe like actually learning bosses to actually complete bosses to get my gear unlocks and stuff. Because I feel like this would be a kind of cool. Now, it wouldn't be as impressive as doing an old school Iron Man playthrough, but I personally like RS3 a lot more. There's not as much APMs that I have to acquire to actually do combat at a high level. DC Universe is still around, which is impressive. Never actually played it, but it doesn't pique my interest. Blade and Soul, I'm torn if I actually want to try. I've heard good and bad things about it's obviously mixed reviews, so like I said, good and bad things about it. Seems interesting, but I think it's pay to win. I heard hella bad things about this being pay to win. I don't even know what this is or why it's on my list. I don't even, what was it called? Ruins and Twilight. I have no idea what that is. Blue Protocol, wasn't a huge fan. Conqueror's Blade Echo, no idea what that is either. But it's PvP medieval. And I just do like a not PvP based game. Like I don't mind there being PvP, but I don't want that to be the main focus of the game. Yeah, and there's Neverwinter, which is always an option. EverQuest, which you know that's old school, right? Super old school game. Grove, kind of meh. Adventure Quest, I feel like that's kind of meh. David's no idea. EverQuest 2, heard it was kind of meh. What is this? No idea. Vindicus. So this is another game I never actually played, but I'm not sold if it's actually good or not nowadays. What else we got? Can we like hide hentai games? Like, what the fuck's going on here? I heard bad things about this. This I didn't even know this was in my list. Oh god, that's like zombie horde. Jeez, what the fuck is this? I don't know what this is, but it looks crazy. It's on my list. Night Online, I've heard bad things. British Shores can suck it. You know, this looks like a dog shit ass game, but from what I've gathered, it's like super sandboxy and hella crazy when it comes to crafting. Like you can straight up build towns. and you could terraform land and stuff. I don't know how that really correlates, but DK Online, what the hell is that? I don't know. That's scary. Shadowban? No fucking idea. Yo, RPGMO, let's go. Hero Lands. Sword of Justice. I mean, it kind of gives me the same vibes as Where Wind Meets, honestly. But I feel like it's, I don't know, probably not great. Villagers and Heroes? That sounds weird. I'm not saying, honestly, I feel like we're just kind of dead in the water at this point. Nothing is peeking out of any kind of interest here. And we got Aeon 2 that's coming out, which I've heard nothing but pay to win aspects coming out of that game. What the bro? If you're trying to like promote your game, why do you have a guy wearing a fucking an antler Santa hat outfit just as your pictures? Like that just sounds terrible. Ugh. I think this game was cool. I think we played this a little bit. I don't remember. Oh no, this is the game we were talking about. Where it looked kind of cool. Sorry, I'm convinced. I thought that was the other game we played recently. Reign of Guilds? So it looks cool, but this game, bro, I thought this. Oh, it's being taken off. I thought this was removed already, but I guess it hasn't been removed yet. And that's the big problem too, Dick. There's probably some games that I would enjoy playing, but the fact that there's a cost associated with it kind of makes me just not want to even try it. Like something that is like mostly negative, I don't even really want to look at. The fuck is this? I don't even want to know, dude. I really want to know. I like the picture here, but I hate the graphics in the game. Everything just looks so poop. Like, obviously, like looking at the picture is just like there's no interest being piqued. Like the graphics here just hurt my soul. Like I feel like I'm playing like back in the 2000s. And like I said, I don't truly care if the graphics are bad. If some people are going for that retro look, and I'm down for it. Even the top downs, like I don't mind. I click to move and like that kind of stuff. Like I'm down for it, but and some of these just they don't have zero interest peaking. Like they haven't put any effort into like descriptions or anything to like pique people's interest in wanting to try their game. You know, like we need cliff notes. We don't need like 1,000 fucking word paragraphs and shit like that. We just need super sweet, to the point, kind of simplistic. What can I do in your game? And the problem is like I want something that has like world events. I want something that's gonna randomly pop up with events throughout the day that force me to want to go around the map, doing different things, interacting with different content, to obtain like crafting materials and items and stuff, to then take those items to like craft consumables or profession items to get better gear or whatever, or using that to like craft keys to get into like raids or dungeons. Like I need something with some versatility like that. And honestly, I'm just so overwhelmed with the amount of games that get released on a regular basis that we're just so overly flooded with games, and like we just we don't have enough time to play them all. And then since there is so many, you have to like choose which one you want to try, and you have to like try and pick from the list of just shit to try and find like a decent gem sometimes. It's so annoying. Like all these are cool in their own way and they could be fun, but I won't know unless I actually try them. But 200 different games just is a daunting task. I don't want to try all of them. Like it just sounds fucking awful. Just want something to play. I'm not asking for a lot here. Like I said, I did a bunch of Googling before stream and nothing truly just came to light on all the Googles that I did and all the YouTube videos that I watched. It was the same consensus for every YouTuber, for every video, for every fucking forum post that I read. It's the same 5 top games, 10 games that everybody recommends playing, and there's nothing else. There's no underdog games that are actually worthwhile right now that are on people's tongues that are even talking about anything of interest with anything other than the top 5, top 10 games. Like if you're not one of the industry standard games right now, then like you are not even talked about in any of the circles. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a game that I haven't touched, I haven't played, that might be new, or even old, that doesn't have much of a player base or something. Like it doesn't have to be a dead game. It doesn't have to be a popular game. Not really particular. I just want stuff to do. I want to be kind of dragged around the map. Hey, there's a world boss spawning over here. Oh, there's an event over here, and the reward is this. And like that was one thing that Throne and Liberty did that I loved. It was always like we would run around every 30 minutes to different areas of the game, doing different events for rewards and like items and stuff. And it was really easy. It was really straightforward. It was simple. It was fun. Um, and relatively basic, obviously. This looks so familiar. I don't think I've ever played it. Uh, it's just there's not many games that do that. Now, Guild Wars 2 does this. They do have events, they do have open world bosses and stuff like that that pop up regularly. So does BDO and a handful of the other ones, but those are all top tier games. And like I said, I'm not opposed to playing a top tier game. It's just I've already played most of them, or they require some sort of monetary investment. So truly want a free to play game that gives me that feel. Like I wouldn't be opposed to like a cheap like $5 game, right? Like a cheap game where I spend $5-10 and I have the game and I don't need to buy like DLCs all the time. I don't have to have a membership all the time. It's not, but it doesn't have anything to do with cheap edge. It's not that it's cheap. It's not that it's that you know what I mean. It's principle effect. I feel like. So Guild Wars 2 itself is free, but then you get into like, oh, you want all the DLCs? oh, $100. Right? Like, that's the problem, right? It's not that it's not worth it. It's just, if I want to play a game like this, you start off with the free version, you see if you like it, you buy a bundle or you buy like one DLC, you progress through it, and you kind of like, once you're caught up, but then the next DLC comes out, you have to buy another one. The next DLC comes out, you have to buy the next one. And that's where I kind of lose interest in a game. It's like, I feel like at that point, as long as I don't have a monthly membership and the DLC, it's tolerable. But it's it I wouldn't say it ruins my enjoyment with a game where I have to constantly give them money, because I mean, that's hypocritical of me to say, hey, game companies need to make money to stay afloat, but then me refuse to want to give them money, right? So I mean, that's like the problem I have with it, is like, I'm kind of hypocritical with it, and they do deserve to get paid for their time and their effort because they do give us good content. I just I don't know, with I'm just stuck, right? I'm stuck in this rut where I don't want to play an industry standard game, top tier game, top 5, whatever, that requires me to have membership and or DLCs all the time. So I want to play something kind of in the lower end that maybe has some like pay to win options, like VDO and stuff like that, where it's like, it's not really pay to win, but it's pay for convenience, pay for advancement and stuff like that. Or maybe there is some pay to win, like Lost Ark and stuff like that, or Throne of Liberty, which doesn't really matter all that much at the end of the day. It kind of sucks, but it is what it is. But at least it's free. At least the content that I'm getting is free. I don't have to like keep putting money into it, or to keep, purchasing the next thing and so on and so forth. But there's a reason why these ones are on top. And there's a reason why you have to pay for them. Is because they're good. And the money correlates. That makes sense. I just feel like WoW is over the top. You have to pay for DLCs and you have to pay for monthly memberships. I think that's way too much. I won't go back to WoW until they do Classic Plus. Final Fantasy 14, I think they do a good job of just doing the monthly membership, which gives you the DLCs and everything. And I think Guild Wars 2 has a similar aspect. I know ESO does. So ESO and Final Fantasy 14 is like, you pay for the monthly thing and you have it. Now, the one difference I think is Guild Wars 2, if you stop paying for the monthly membership, you still have, not Guild Wars 2, sorry. ESO is, if you stop paying for the membership, you still have the DLCs, I'm pretty sure. But I think Final Fantasy 14, without the membership, you can't play the current content, DLC stuff. It's just kind of like Lord of the Rings way, yeah, where you have the membership and you have all the stuff. I like that. I don't hate that. But I like it to where the membership isn't required to play the content. It's just an added bonus to your account for the buffs and benefits, quality of life, which is why ESO is kind of like tolerable to me. Um, but it still is one of those, just I don't know, man. I'm, like I said, I'm a conundrum wrapped in a fucking paradox. Like, I say one thing and then I do the opposite, right? Like, I personally believe that the ESO pay model is fine, but I don't want to do it, right? And I also don't think that the Guild Wars 2 model is bad either, but I also don't want to do it. I honestly, I'm just an idiot. Like, but the more I sit here, the more I look at it, I feel like we're just stuck with the staples, you know. And the one that I keep leaning towards, there's two, and for complete opposite reasonings. There's two games that I'm leaning towards jumping into, and they're both for their own reasons, and they're both completely opposite of each other, like for the reasonings. And the thing is one doesn't have what the other one has, and vice versa. And if they were both in the same game, it would be unstoppable, but it's not possible. Each game designs their way to hit a niche grouping of people to pull in a certain audience. They focus on one audience and the other one focuses on the other audience, and that's why they're opposites. But it's Guild Wars 2 and it's Final Fantasy 14. Those are the two games that I'm truly contemplating playing, because, like, yeah, I do want to play Albion, I really do, but I feel like That is a hard game. It's like for me, Albion is like EVE Online. I love EVE Online. I do want to play this game more, but I will never play it on stream. And I feel like Albion's probably in that same boat because if you're gonna get camped, if you're gonna be a streamer and people are gonna come to your stream and try to figure out where you are and camp you and kill you just to be a dick, I don't want to deal with that. So I'd rather play it offline. And that's the same thing with EVE Online. Black Desert Online, I would play this more, but it's the same boat with this game as it is with RuneScape, where there's a lot of AFK portions, and I kind of feel really bad playing a game that's AFKing while I'm streaming to you guys. If I set up a 6 hour cooking stream and all we're doing is talking for 6 hours on stream while my guy is just cooking in the background, that feels very bad. Like that does not feel like a very engaging stream to me. Now, if I was to play BDO on stream, I would have to do active things, which is, there's active profession stuff we could do. We can go hunting, we can go gathering herbs and ores and stuff like that, which is more active, but it's not as impactful or as engaging as watching someone do combat, and I hate combat. So that's why we don't typically do BDO. But ESO is kind of like, in my opinion, below Final Fantasy 14 and Guild Wars 2, because Guild Wars 2 hits a niche for me that is like collectibles. Going around the world, hitting map completions, trying to craft legendary gear, get mounts and cosmetics, and it's a collectible based game that I like. I just got really bored of logging in every day, just doing my world bosses and be like, all right, well that was fun today. Let's do something else now. And just like I got really bored because I just didn't know what to do, right? Um, but then Final Fantasy 14 has an insane crafting system. Like their professions and their crafting systems are supposedly just out of this world, but it holds me back knowing that I need a membership to play at the highest tier. Yeah, I saw what you said earlier, mate. I think you were in an ad when I responded to it. But yeah, getting your pallet to 1.7 is insane. 52 crowns, congrats. And the 38 sushi, super huge. Yeah, I need to log into Eidolon soon. Oh, and like I said, I think I kind of want to play this, but I feel like this is a game that I don't think is like a forever game for me. I think this is like a for 160 gigs of required space. This feels very this is very large for something very meh. And then I think Warframe is also a kind of very meh game for me in the sense of like I would have fun while playing it, but I think I would get bored of the grind very quickly. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Dig. You can do all professions on one character. So I can literally just like, yeah, I my character would just be one character, right? I'd just be a tank or just be a healer or just DPS or whatever. But I could do all the professions on one character. So that's what I was saying, Dig. Is like I'm leaning towards Final Fantasy 14 for crafting and professions and stuff like that. Wait, can you? Since when? I thought like you were like set. Like if you picked a warrior, you were a warrior. If you picked a mage, you were a mage. Well, how do you switch between them then if you can level all of them? Oh, well, according to Google, you can absolutely play every single class, job, crafting profession on a single character. Wait, that's actually wild and very, very intriguing. Okay, so it's kind of like Quenfall, Throne of Liberty. It's determined off of the weapon that's equipped. Oh, that's insane. But I mean, can't you level it via just grinding as well, Dig? Like, you don't have to level it with quests, right? I do like this. I mean, I feel like if you're in a boat, Dig, where you're trying to max level every class, at some point you're gonna run out of quests, or at least you're gonna be stuck with daily quests to like level up a like an alt class like slowly but surely every day where you log in. I don't know how this works. So it says to help you level secondary classes faster, the game grants an experience bonus up to a certain level for any combat job that is lower than your highest, which I'm assuming is going from like a warrior to a mage to an archer or whatever. But like, is that like a permanent just all combat, like all XP gained is doubled or like 50% increase? So if you kill a mob or you turn in a quest or whatever else gives combat XP or character XP, you just that is just a flat thing? Or is this like a I don't know. Is there like a limit to how much bonus XP you get per day or per week or I don't know. Summoner and Scholar exceptions. These two jobs share a base class because of this. Leveling one automatically levels the other. Gear sets, you can save specific outfits and gear loadouts using gear sets featuring a lot of swap. See, I really like that, and they have an insane crafting system as well. The only problem I have with this game is I feel like their PvP is kind of meh, and which is fine because I don't like PvP anyway. But their raiding system, like raids and dungeons and stuff, feel like obviously the basic bare bones ones are pretty simple, pretty brain dead, probably super simple, don't have to put any effort into really. Follow them the shit on the ground and you're good. And then they have different tiers, right? So they have like heroic and then like mythic versions, and their mythic version is fucking mind-blowing. Like, there's no telegraphing, there is no indicators on the ground where things are. They remove anything and everything that you could ever think of, and you have to memorize the entire map layout and the entire attack rotation and proper standing locations to do everything. And some of those boss fights are so like they're just insane. I watched there's a streamer I was watching, he changed his names, but he was like looking for loots, and he was a primarily ultimate raider in Final Fantasy 14, doing all the greatest newest content that would come out when it would come out. He was like raid, world first kind of player. And watching him progress in these top tier ultimate fights was fucking mind blowing. And I was just like, I could never do this. No matter how much I play this game, I could never in a million years complete a single ultimate raid watching this stuff. I would literally die every single time. Because being able to remember exactly a pixel perfect location to stand with no indicator is just mind blowing. No, I mean, like, so there's a telegraph, right? Like the boss like will change forms, or he'll pick up his hand or whatever. There's that telegraph. But what I mean by telegraph thing is they remove the ground indicators, the directional like icons, and things like that. So you don't know the radius at which it's gonna hit. You don't know the angle. A lot of that gets removed in the ultimate fights, or they're so severely like the time is so severely like removed that it's literally like 0.01 seconds, it flashes and disappears. Well, I don't know what I've been watching versus what you've been watching, Dig, but I've literally watched hundreds of hours of them trying to do these ultimate fights, and there's not a single indicator on the ground until it explodes. Like, I watch this guy, he'll be in the middle of a fight and he'll sidestep to a circle and he'll stand there, and a second later there's a big explosion, and then he sidesteps to his left, and then there's another big explosion. He's dodged both of them, and there's not a single indicator on the map that it's going to drop in those locations. Now, there are some that, like, when somebody has like a meteor coming down on them, or when somebody's targeted with a spell or whatever, but majority of the thing is like, when there's beams going to be like zigzagging like a checkerboard across the fucking map, there's no indicator of like where the beams are previously. It's like, hey, we got beam phase coming up, and everybody's like, oh, I know I got to go stand on A, and I got to go stand on B, and I got to go stand on C. And so they all run to their corners and they stand there, and then there's a flash and an explosion, and then if someone's standing in the wrong spot, they're dead. There's no time to react to it. If you're not already in the right spot, by the time the flash happens on the ground, you're dead. So I don't care if you sit there and say, oh, there's an indicator. The indicator means you're dead if you're standing on it. You can't see the indicator and react in enough time to actually get out of it, because the indicator is actually it hitting the ground and killing you. Every time I've ever seen it. For the like 200 hours I have watched this guy play Ultimate Fights. Like I said, I don't know if I'm watching something different, but I've never once seen an indicator pop up on the ground and then 2 seconds or a second later, then it popped. It's always been indicator instant death. Yeah, and that's the thing, Dig, is like from what he told me is you can fight it on the like the lower tier mod like versions, and everything is slower, less damage, more telegraphed, more indicators, and you learn the positions of the entire fight. You learn where you stand and what order things come in, the timing of everything. You learn all of that in the lower tier, and then you go to the higher tier where everything is kind of like less. Like, I wouldn't say it's more sped up, but I feel like the timing between seeing where it's going to be and it actually exploding or happening are severely removed, to the point where if you're not already standing in the right spot, you are dead. Like, you can't just, oh, it's about to happen, let me sidestep this. No, it's like, oh, I wasn't standing in the right spot, okay, we wipe, start over. Like, I can't tell you how many times one individual was standing 1 pixel too far to the left and died. Like, there was a guy, like when I was watching this guy, he was standing, there was a guy to his left and a guy to his right. And the guy on his left was like on the edge of the circle, and then he was to the right of him, and there was a guy to the right of him. He died in between both of the guys to the circle, that he was further away from the edge than the guy that was to his left, and the guy to his left didn't take any damage. So it's like, what the fuck happened there? That doesn't make any sense. Like, it's that feels like desync, obviously, but it's just it's one of those things that if you're off by even a little bit, like I said, he saw the indicator and it exploded and killed. Like, watching his stream like hurt my soul, because I didn't know what was going on half the time, because I would see the indicator, but the indicator was the actual damage at the same time. So I was seeing a flash and an explosion all at the same time. I was like, what is going on? Is the flash on the ground the actual damage hitting, or is it an indicator that it's about to happen, but it happens so sequentially and so fast? Like, I don't know how people could actually react to that. It was just crazy to think of. Anyway, so those are the 2 games that I'm truly contemplating. Final Fantasy 14, and like I said, the thing that turns me out to Final Fantasy 14 is, yeah, there's exploration, yeah, there's tons of things to do, but I feel like majority of the game revolves around doing dungeons, doing raids. Like, there's a lot of like crafting and a lot of profession stuff and things like that, but most of that, once again, is like prepping you to get into raids and dungeons. And like I said, there is RP and there is like collectibles and things that you can do and stuff like that, but it's heavily I feel like it's extremely heavily weighted towards dungeons and raids. Like most of the content that they come out with, most of their focus, most of their stuff that they implement in the game is like kind of not forcing you, but like pushing you towards wanting to do raids rather than doing other content in the game because that's their niche. That's what they want. They put out insanely good looking fights, great graphics, insane mechanics, all sorts of. They put a lot of effort into their rating. So if you're not doing their main focus, it's like, well, what's the point of playing the game? And then on the flip side, Guild Wars 2, it's like their raids are a last thought. It's like an afterthought. They're like, oh yeah, they want some raids. Oh yeah, here's a dungeon or two. It's like, yeah, here's something to do. But look at this world boss. Look at this event that we put in. Look at this new mount. Right? It's all about collectibles and getting new mounts and skins and freaking completing the new zones that they put out and completions and farming up like legendary stuff and crafting your legendary equipments, possibly progressing your dungeons outfits and stuff like, which is unnecessary because if you just craft the gear you just don't need to even do the dungeons really, supposedly. I don't know, it's just like they're both good in their own way. I just don't know which one I want to do. I know Ed would be down to do Guild Wars 2 because he's been getting into it and he kind of likes it. And I know some of you don't want me to start Final Fantasy 14 because you're worried I'll get sucked into it so hard that I won't play anything else ever. But I'm so torn on both of them because I'm like, they both sound good in their own way, but they're both like, I need to spend money. I really don't want to spend money. Like, yeah, I can play both of them free up to a certain point. And then once I get to that point, I have to decide, do I switch games or do I put money into the game? That's kind of where I'm stuck. But yeah, Dig, like I said, I haven't done them myself to actually prove one way or the other if maybe it's like a graphic setting he's turned down, or if it's just like not registering like properly, or I can't really tell like the indicators that well on stream, or like, you know what I mean? Like there could be 100 different reasons of why when I watch the stream and I watch people do the ultimate fights, why they look so ridiculous, impossible, like impossible mode almost. Just like watching these guys literally like stand one pixel off and wipe the whole group because they're accidentally not standing in the exact right pixel perfect square at the exact timing and then not moving at the exact pattern that they need to be moving at. It's like that shit hurts my soul to even think that I would even put enough time into a game to memorize that, let alone on one fight, let alone the other 100 that they have. But yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards one of those two games. Because like I said, I feel like these two games are kind of just like, yeah, I could play them for a couple days, maybe a week or two, and just then get bored and burnt out, which is probably what would happen in Guild Wars 2 and Final Fantasy 14 as well. So like both of those have that option. And I feel like every game on my list right now, like I could see me playing for anywhere from 1 day to a month. And then I have this inkling that I'm gonna just be bored. What the hell? Why would they? I mean, was it for a challenge or something, Dig? To intentionally enrage him to then try and beat him while he was enraged? Was that like an intentional, like, hard man or hard mode version, like, challenge that they were trying to put together? Yeah. Did they actually complete it? That sounds wild. Because 99% of the time, if you're talking MMOs and you're talking about enrage timers, right? Or enrages typically mean wipe. No matter what you're thinking, it's a one shot to any person that gets hit, right? So if you have a tank, your tank gets one shot. and then the next tank gets one shot, and then every DPS gets one shot, one after the other after the other. So typically, if you hit the enrage, there's no way to beat it. But it's interesting that this one, enraging him, makes him stronger, yes, but it's still doable. Obviously, doable is in quotes here, right? Yep, bro, straight up, the computers and AI just listen to you 24/7. I have never once, I mean, granted, this is a Final Fantasy 14 video, so it makes sense to have a Final Fantasy 14 commercial on it. But I have never Googled Final Fantasy 14 or searched for a single video for it ever. And the first thing that happens is I get a hit with a commercial for it. Kind of crazy. Oh, is this like listing off their achievements or something? Yeah, so I can see the telegraphs in this, right? So let me add a caveat to what I was saying before. Is I did make the comment that there are some telegraph things, but I feel like there's a lot of things that are non-telegraphed. I guess I didn't make that very clear when I was saying that. Like I said, the hundreds of hours that I watched, there are a lot of telegraph stuff. Like you said, like these circles and like the outlines and stuff. But I feel like there are certain mechanics that don't show until they happen. Like specifically like what I was talking about with those beams. Like these people had to stand like across from each other in a specific pattern, and then it just was like boom, if you were standing in the wrong spot, you killed everybody. But there was no indicator of like what was going on. It just killed somebody. Because you had to know exactly where to be standing and whatnot. But yes, I will admit, yeah, there is still a lot of telegraph stuff, but I think there's a lot of stuff that gets removed from telegraphs that you have to memorize from the previous versions. I don't know what the fuck just happened there. I think they all just got one shot. The fuck just happened? The whole screen just started like just going all crazy. What the hell's going on? I'm so confused. I did like the graphics are great. I think there's too much flashing. I think it might almost give me a goddamn seizure. I'm assuming there's graphic settings where I can remove a lot of the flashes and explosions and stuff so I can actually see what the fuck's going on. Yeah, there's a lot of typing and talking. I just kind of want to see. Like, this is what I'm talking about. The flashes and the explosions and stuff is just like, it's so hard on the eyes. Kind of gives me a little bit of a headache. Wait, why was there a wall? What? Big fucking dragon? Cool, okay. But like, do you see right here, Dig? This is what I was talking about. Is like he goes across the screen. There's no indicator he's about to do this that at least I can see in this little clip. Like maybe they just get cut that part out. Maybe there was an indicator beforehand, but it looks like he just dashed across the screen. Everybody knew it was coming. So maybe there was an indicator, or maybe it's just learning the fight, knowing that that's how it like that happens, and he always goes from like east to west or whatever. But then there's this indicator. The second it pops up, like you see people start to move and they still get hit by it. It's like if you're not preemptively moving before it targets you, that you can't dodge it. This is what I mean. It does indicate that you're about to get hit, but there's such a little amount of duration between it procking, like showing it on you and it hitting you, like no way to dodge it. And then I mean, it obviously hits multiple times in the same spot. But look, now this guy got hit again. There was no indicator on the second hit. Like he just got blasted, and there was no indicators. Now, with the caveat that maybe, like I said, I don't know the fight. Maybe once you get targeted, you get hit with X amount of meteors in a row. So no matter where you move to, you still get targeted. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know the fight. I'm just saying, indicators wise, that second meteor didn't make sense. The first one was like, okay, I got targeted, but I can't get out of it in time, so I have to eat it. Then I saw the second one hit in the same place, but then the third one hit where these two were standing. So that was weird, right? And then big explosion. No, so I'm wondering, is this big explosion, is it dodgeable? Like, is there a specific spot to stand and not get hit by it? Because this guy got smacked by it. I think this guy got smacked by it. These two people didn't seem to get smacked by it. But it looks like it blankets the whole goddamn screen, so it's maybe another undodgeable hit. Sure, it's undodgeable, it's undodgeable. But this was no indicator that that was going to happen, and then there is a ring showing that there is about to be an explosion on the outside, which is fine, right? Staying inside. I don't know what these things are. Maybe people are getting like debuffs on them and spawning, but like those two little dashes weren't indicated. Like this is why I say like the ultimate fights are kind of ridiculous, is because there are some telegraph things, but then there's a lot of things that aren't. Like this. This is like, okay, this is telegraph. You gotta just, do the timepiece in order or whatever. You gotta keep running to a dodge. That's fine. Telegraphed, it makes sense. The little fire things, don't stand in the fire things. Makes sense. There's just, I feel like 50% of the fight, or the 50% of the stuff, isn't telegraphed. Or if it is telegraphed, it's telegraphed in such a manner that it's impossible to dodge it. And like you said, there are a lot of things that you have to eat. Like there's no way to not get hit by it. It's intentionally made that way. And that's fine as well. Like I said, since I haven't done the fights, I don't know what has to be eaten and what's just telegraphed very, very short. You know what I mean? And people are just eating it because it's just easier to eat it than it is to avoid it. I don't know. There's so many dead people. Wait, how did everybody come back to life? I'm so confused. I don't know what the fuck's going on. This is hurting my soul. I have to close it. That, like I said, without actually experiencing something like that, Dig, watching that, I'm literally have no idea what I'm looking at. I have no fucking idea what I'm looking at. I'm watching a dragon eat people and dash across the screen and cause explosions, and people are just dying and spawning and dying and exploding, and I don't know what the fuck's going on. I think that's what's putting me off to Final Fantasy 14 is seeing that stuff is such like a daunting. I know this is where it gets to, and I honestly don't want to get to that point. Like I don't want to have to put on deodorant to play a video game, right? And obviously I don't have to do that stuff. I don't have to go that far. And I would have a lot of fun doing everything but that. But that's honestly what's put me off to Final Fantasy 14 for so long, is seeing where the end game is and being like, hell no. Yo, Sludge, what's going on, man? I still can't decide what I want to play. I mean, a lot of the stuff makes sense, Dave. It's just I don't understand the fight to know Yo, you didn't have to do that, Sludge. I appreciate it. Like I said, thanks for the raid. Like that was generous enough. You didn't have to do the celebration as well. I appreciate it. How was your stream? How did Quinfall go? Did you get enough stuff done? But like I said, I've done a lot of raiding from the past day, so I kind of get like the gist of stuff that's going on. It's just without being part of the fight, I don't know the true mechanics of like, hey, what does standing here do versus standing there? What's the correlation between these two guys being opposite of each other? What's the correlation between this guy running over to here while this guy runs over to here? Like, I don't really know the correlation of the movements of the reasoning behind it, because there are a few things that I know that you get tethered between two people, and the tether has to like be tethered in a specific way, right? You have to bring it into like a plus sign. You have to move it. You have to have somebody break it between another thing. The sad bro, I love New World, but my Iron Man playthrough is probably 40% done, and I don't know if I can bring myself to finishing it. I really want to, but I cannot for the life of me pick a game to play. Like I said, the reason I struggle watching the Final Fantasy 14 fights dig is because I don't understand the detail between each movement, right? I don't understand the not the there's a word I'm thinking of. Well, I can't think of what it is, but basically, like when I see the guy jump in the middle of the screen and turn on fire, I don't know, is that a DPS check? Is that um like what kind of what does the fireball indicate? Is it indicating like a DPS check? Is it indicate like you have to heal up before he explodes? That's undodgeable. Do you have to do a specific mechanic to prevent him from exploding? Like that's the kind of stuff that I don't understand when I'm looking at it. It's like, okay, he's in the middle of the room and he's glowing like he's about to explode. What is the correlation here? What do they have to do to avoid whatever's about to happen? Right? I have to rewatch it multiple times to see, okay, watch it through first, see what happens when he explodes. Okay, when he gets done, oh, he exploded. They took damage. Okay, well, let's look at the ground. Let's rewatch it and see what were they doing? What were they moving? What were they trying to do? Did they fail? Did they succeed? It's just without knowing the fight, I don't understand the minor details of each individual one, right? You find WoW raids harder? I will agree that I felt like WoW wasn't so A, then B, then C, then D, then E, then F, rinse and repeat, right? I would say from watching those, I've watched the people wipe on those bosses so many times that you can literally set a metronome or whatever, you know what I mean? Like a timer and be like, every 10 seconds, this happens. Every 15 seconds, this happens. At 35 seconds, this happens. Like you can set a timer to each specific like sequence in the fight. Obviously, some of them are based off of EHP procs and stuff like that. Sure. But I feel like with WoW, sometimes you can get back to back like things with a little bit of RNG that throw a wrench into things, right? Like even back in the day, I remember like failing a taunt was such a crucial problem. Like you basically raid wiped if a taunt got resisted or it failed, right? Which obviously that's a gearing problem usually. I don't know if that's still a thing, but I remember back in the day, if you didn't have the right stat or to a certain threshold, that could happen and things like that. But I feel like it's not so linear like that. There is a little bit of variety and a little bit of like RNG that goes into some of the fights. Like, does he do back to back these attacks? Is the time in between the two like the cooldown's up, but does he do it right away, or does he wait a little bit to do the ability again? Like, there's some. I feel like there is a little variety in the WoW raids. And yeah, I do like that each game kind of takes its own niche and like sticks to their audience, dig. That's what I was saying before with Guild Wars 2, is Guild Wars 2 has its niche of collectibles and open world events and bosses and Like the way that they progress and everything is completely different than the other ones, and I like that. And that's why I'm torn between which game we want to play. Whether we're gonna play Final Fantasy 14, we're gonna play Guild Wars 2, we're gonna go back to New World. You know, are we gonna try Warframe or Whirlwind Meets? Right, like Albion Online maybe? Like I'm torn on all of these. Sledge, if you're chilling still, what are your thoughts? Here's our list right now. Minus I didn't add Final Fantasy 14 to this list. What are your thoughts? Is I've I'm I've lost and I've played so many different games that I know what I'm looking for, but none of these games have what I really want. Because like one of your viewers was saying in the Discord was like, there's things I like from every video game, but no one game has everything I want. And that it's just finding the crucial linchpin stat or thing that I need to keep me interested in a game is hard. Because it might have what I want, but they might not do it in a way that I like. Right? RF online. What does that sound so familiar? It's not even on Steam. You know what's funny you say that though, Dig? So I was Pox from Path of Exiles, we talk about him every once in a while. He actually got copyright strikes and DMCAs and stuff on his YouTube, I think. I don't think he got it on Twitch. But this company, RF Online, the company that has that game, was actually trying to DMCA strike him for his Path of Exiles content because his game titles and his videos and everything are RF. And every time you search RF Online or RF blah, it always pops up with his content, not the game. So they were trying to claim copyright infringement and stuff that he was taking, you know, and impersonating their shit or whatever. And I just thought it was hilarious because Pox has been playing RF and having content for RF for like what 8 years, 10 years, like forever, way before this game even came to existence or even known about. So it's like he's been fighting that shit for probably years, I think. But yeah, I'm just struggle busting right now. Like I really want to find a game. I really want to find. Like I said, I'm kind of leaning towards like a palate cleanser. Like maybe play, Monday and Tuesday. Today and tomorrow. Play some just mediocre, just palate cleansing kind of game. Nothing super intense, and then this weekend really dive into a real game because I feel like I really lost. Like Lost Ark also sounds fun. Like I have so many achievements still left to do in Lost Ark, and since a lot of the Lost Ark is single player now, like it seems interesting to jump back into. But like I'm honestly like contemplating, just temporarily playing Where Wind Meets or Warframe for a little while. Kind of like get me just kind of into a game that I know I'm not going to be sucked into for long periods of time. Yeah, and Bitcraft looks good still, but it's still for one, it's still $16. Um, I don't know when they're gonna go full release, which was supposedly going to be um they were supposed to go free when they went full release. I don't know if they did go full release or not yet. I mean, what else am I gonna change to, Dig? The only other game genre that I like playing is FPS games, and I'm not opposed to playing Counter Strike, but that's just it's hard to play an FPS game and keep up with chat, right? So that's why I try not to play FPS games, even though I like them. I get really ragey and get really mad, and I don't read chat all as much as I'd like to. But this game is dope, and I'm not opposed to this, but it's basically like playing RuneScape in a matter of like there's a lot of AFK. The progression to everything is like, oh, go and farm trees for like 10 hours and then process them for 3 days. Like it just takes forever to do anything. And it's cool. I don't hate that. And then, there's some PvP for map territory control and stuff like that, which is kind of cool. But there's a game that I am actually interested in. Spacecraft. I'm actually interested in this game quite a lot. It's kind of like Eve meets like No Man's Sky almost. Maybe it's closer to No Man's Sky in general. But I am interested in this game. You can build your own bases on different planets to set up refineries and things like that. And then there's like galaxies and solar systems to jump between different worlds and to gather things yourself, building your own ships and partying with. I don't know if there's any PvP in the game. I haven't figured that part out yet, but this definitely. I didn't even realize you owned this game, Edge. Interesting. But yeah, I was contemplating this game for a while. This game looks pretty sick. I never played No Man's Sky. And like I said, I think the reason that this one looks entertaining is because like you can literally customize your ship in any possible way you can think of. You can just add parts to it, change out your cockpit, put on different blasters and lasers and jetpacks and all sorts of different things to your ships. And then you go to the different planets to like mine the resources and you set up your bases and you do missions. And I guess I don't know much about No Man's Sky, but this looks nuts. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is going to be repetitive too, like doing certain missions and stuff like that. I just don't know if this game has PvP. And like how it works. No Man's Sky is $60, honestly. That's way more expensive. But yeah, like I think the difference is this is single player online PvP with online co-op, and the other one actually is tagged as multiplayer on top of single player and online co-op. So I think that there's potential of seeing random people and interacting with random people. I just don't know if there's PvP in it. All right, because this one, like I said, is single player, MMO, and online co-op. I think it's like Dark Souls dig, where you can like invade someone's like area or something like that. I think Edge was playing No Man's Sky and he got his base raided or something, or he got killed somehow. Someone knew where he was and like just came and showed and killed him or something. But yeah, I honestly, this looks cool because you can automate and expand your bases. Explore different planets and build your ships in different ways. Explore the unknown. I guess it's a living universe, but I just don't know if there's even PvP in it, which is cool and all. But what's the true purpose to the game other than exploring the universe and putting bases on different places and building a better ship? Like, what kind of content is there to do that requires better ships or that you know what I mean? Like, where does it where's the end game? What do you do at the end of the game once you've explored the universe and build a really good ship and have a bunch of bases built and stuff? Like, what is there left to do? That's what I'm kind of curious on in this game. Like, I wouldn't want to spend $30 on a game that doesn't have any end game. Looks cool though. Like I said, I'm not opposed to playing a non-MMORPG. I'm just kind of biased to it because it's easier for me to stream those because I can easily just look over a chat and read chat the whole time versus FPS, I have to wait between matches or between rounds or when I'm dead or something like that to catch up on chat and stuff. And I feel like it impacts my chat interaction significantly that I don't like it. But at the same time, I don't want to spend money. I don't want to go into a game where it's like, oh, I got to spend $60 or I gotta pay $20 membership or whatever. Like, I don't like that. I Factorio was overwhelming for me. Factorio and Satisfactory. Is it Satisfactory? The other base building one? Is that what it's called? Fuck PoE2. You'd you'd more often than not catch me playing EVE Online or BDO on stream than watch me play fucking PoE2 again. Fuck that game. I don't hate the game, but I don't like the game. Not as of right now, at least. What is that other game? Yeah, Satisfactory. Yeah, so Satisfactory and Factorio were just overwhelming for me. Yeah, Satisfactory is insane. Edge has been playing the crap out of Satisfactory. He's got a really insane base going on. I've never played RimWorld though. RimWorld's kind of cool, but I feel like it's a little too much for me right now too. Like I need something just kind of brain dead, something I don't have to put a lot of effort into. I think that's where I'm at right now. I think someone donated it to me. I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, that looks seizure inducing. I've watched this. I've watched a handful of people play this game. This game just, yeah, that's too much for my brain. I need smooth brain game right now. I'm getting so old. I need smooth brain. It's simple, smooth brain kind of stuff. Like honestly, just fucking Paleo sounds great right now. Like that's about the speed of sound I want to be running right now. But once again, I feel like a game of Risk of Rain is like a 1 or 2 day, maybe a week worth of gameplay, and I just get bored. Like I feel like every game is in that category for me right now. Because no matter what game I look at, it's like, oh, that looks like it'd be fun for a day or two. Oh, that looks like it'd be fun for a week. Like it just nothing truly is sparking any interest at all. Not even the smallest of sparks. And like I said, even the game that I was interested in, the spacecraft game, even that, the interest that it sparked was so minimal because once I think about it, it's like, oh, the initial spark is like, oh, that looks cool. And then I'm like, well, what would I do at the end game? Oh, then all the spark just fizzles out. I'm like, okay, what's the play now? And like, that's killing every motivation I had to play every game right now. It's like thinking beyond the initial, oh, that looks cool. Then I'm like, okay, that looks cool. What would I do in the game? And then I start looking into the game. And I'm like, well, that doesn't have anything that I would like. And then it's like I don't even try the game because now I've like kind of dug into it enough to understand that all right, well, it doesn't have professions, or all it is PvP focused, or this is what this is, and it's just I the whole game is just grind to get your next character, and once you have your next character, there's nothing left to do. It's like, well, that was fun. Like it's just all of my motivation is gone. See, that's what I was leaning towards, Dig. It's just like something just purely just brain rot, right? Something that like is zero effort, zero, just straight smooth brain, no care in having as just something I don't have to put any brain power towards. It's just mind numbing, just murder fest of just simplicity and just entertainment. Just something, just a pastime, just to get my fucking brain right and then jump into something. That's like what I was leaning towards. And I can't do it in a game like Last Epoch or Grim Dawn or Path of Exile. Like none of those are gonna do it. Like PoE 1 I could technically do it with, but I wouldn't do PoE 1 unless there was like a mini league going on. Um but like everything else is just, it's not enough. Right? That's kind of why I was leaning towards like something like this, because like I feel like this is kind of in that boat where I wouldn't take it very seriously. I just jump in, murder a bunch of stuff, and just be like, all right, stop whenever I want to stop. Yeah, I remember Dynasty Warrior back on PlayStation 1, Dig. I never played it personally, but I just remember my buddies just fucking going around wailing on people, just being crazy. You know what I could do, Dig? It would be a little bit more effort. But I could Dynasty Warrior and Kenshi. I could play Kenshi, and I could start my character off as like a slave or something, and I could work I could like, basically train my character up as a slave, either earn my freedom or kill my way out, and then with a strong character start taking on bandit camps and armies and taking over cities as a one-man army. I could try something like that. That would be insane. But the amount of time I'd have to put in to actually do that would be kind of ridiculous. And that's one of the things that's always prevented me from playing Kenshi, is I played it for like a day or two. Yeah, I played it for like 14 hours and I thought the game was cool, but the game like this where it's super sandboxy with zero like direction given period, where you literally can do anything and everything you could possibly imagine in the game. Something like this without some sort of like thought, without some sort of plan or idea that I'm shooting for, a game like this is impossible for me to play because I just get in and stand there and look at my character and be like, all right, what are we gonna do? Like I would have zero ideas on where I'm taking the character, how I'm gonna get there, what I'm gonna do next. Like it'd be different if it was like there was an MMO aspect of it where you interacted with other players that could kind of force you into scenarios that kind of pushed you around and taught made you do different things, kind of like when you're doing GTA RP where you log in with no plans and then you get captured and you get held hostage, and then now you're at a bank heist, and then you get out of the bank heist, and then as you're leaving that place you get run over by a car, and then you end up in the hospital, and as you're leaving the hospital, the cops question you for something, and then it's just like it's just something is always going on, even though you had no plans. That's like 4 hours out of your day just gone. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what's crazy about it. Yeah, I tried to play Diablo 3 the other day, Dig, and I made it to the login screen, and I closed it. I couldn't even get loaded into the game before I just closed it. But honestly, I've never played any of the GPAs past like just going onto the beach and shooting people with a sniper rifle. Never actually played any of the GTAs except for GTA 5. And I played that a little bit online, and then I was getting hacked a bunch of times by people, like not hacked, but like people would come into the lobby and cheating, and it just made the game pointless. But I never played any of the GTAs before that, except for, like I said, a buddy of mine had it, and I would occasionally go to his house, and I'd go pick up hookers, and then I'd run them over to get my money back, and then I'd run from the cops, and then I'd go and like barricade myself in an alley and just shoot down cop cars and tanks and stuff, and like it was just like that's all I did. I never actually played the game. So let's Google what games should I play in 2026. Let's see what people let's see what Google recommends. Must play new titles and expansions. Zeros. No fucking idea what that is. Souls like. Yeah, not I don't like Souls like games. Okay. Pragmata. Highly original sci-fi IP featuring challenging gameplay involving hacking mechanics. Heartfelt story. No fucking idea what that is. Minna the Hollower? Huh? Diablo 4, fuck that. World of Warcraft, fuck that. Honestly, I would love a WoW Classic Plus. So bad. Slay the Spire? I don't remember much about that. Roguelike deck builder, not playing. Age of Mythology? Bro, that's still a thing? Atomic Heart? Never heard of it. Bioshock? Interesting. Okay, so that's not very helpful. Alright, let's see what we got. Alright, whenever I go to like websites like this, I don't want it on my screen. Karen 9. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Diablo 4 Hysteric Ebb? The fuck is that? This is, bro, what the fuck is this? Esoteric Ebb. The problem with that dig is I'd have to buy a membership, and that's why I'm avoiding WoW until they have something I really want, because I then have to buy WoW membership. Uh uh Daddy? Pokemon? Do I even want to know? A lot of people are playing this, and I just wasn't interested when I saw people. Big Hops. Forza, I saw this. This looked pretty sick, but I had to buy it. I'm not a huge fan. Batman, Mario, Planet of Long. What the fuck is any of these games, bro? That's not. I'm glad I put this on the other side of the screen. What does this one got? Gravekeeper. I've seen this one before. Didn't we talk about Gravekeeper a while back? And I've seen that one before. Escape the back room? Oh no. No, thank you. Dave the Diver, that's kind of older. Valheim, kind of not up the alley I want. I've heard bad things about this, but I've also seen a lot of good things about it, so I'm kind of torn on that one. I don't like Cyberpunk. I don't want to play Witcher. I don't want to play Subnautica. I heard that Destiny 2 just came out with like its final DLC or whatever, but I don't want to spend a bunch of money on fucking DLCs, so. Yep. Ugh. Bro, a Pokemon MMO that like a new Pokemon MMO dig would be fire. like an actual like legit official Pokemon MMO where they are releasing new Pokemon into the game regularly, like every year or whatever, or every 6 months or whatever. They give us like one or two new Pokemon. They change out some like items or whatever, give new zones, like just cool cosmetics and mounts, things to do. Like I think that would be fire. People being able to host their own like gyms and stuff, create their own gyms, like clans and stuff like that can make their own gyms in certain areas would be really sick. You gonna call it? All right, sounds good, Dig. I appreciate you, man. Take it easy. Have a good night. Thanks for being here. I'll talk to you tomorrow, hopefully. Uh, and that's the thing, Dig. I think my big problem is I'm truly just bored, and that's why I can't pick something. And I'm honestly at a point right now where it's almost 2 a.m. We've been talking for almost 3 hours about games, and I've kind of settled on trying either going back to Guild Wars 2 or playing Final Fantasy 14. But I think I'm also kind of convinced that I want to start that on Friday. And I think today/tomorrow is like kind of just a mellow get off the games for a few days, chat, hang out, maybe play some like idlers or whatever, nothing particular, or get into like a looter shooter and just kind of just chill. I'm thinking that's kind of like where I'm at right now. Maybe we do something like a Project Zomboid night or something. Uh, oh, shit. Oh. But I would like to know if we do start a Final Fantasy 14 playthrough or a Guild Wars 2 playthrough, who of the viewers would want to join in on us? Like, who would want to like play a free to play account and come and join in on us and hang out and play the game? Yeah, I know, mate. I'm trying to figure out like if I was to do Guild Wars 2, who all would come and join and join in on the grind with us. If I was to do Final Fantasy 14, who would want to join in and like come and play with us? I am thinking Final Fantasy 14 is kind of dope for the idea that I can level up every class and every profession on one character, so one character to rule them all is a very appealing thing for me, especially from like an Iron Man kind of solo kind of player where I can either play as like a mage or a healer, or I can switch it up and be a tank or a DPS of some kind. Like, I can play whatever suits my fancy at the time, but I can also just do professions. And I am kind of curious on I'm kind of curious on like what the overall like consensus of the professions are useful for at the end of the game. Like other than like selling the gear to other players to obtain like in-game currency, uh like what is the point of like crafting in the game? So according to this, whatever whenever new content comes out, you can craft the baseline of the new highest tier gear for the newest raids to get you like a good staple starter piece. You can make consumables and you can gear repair. Kind of cool. And then cosmetics and collectibles. Leveling professions unlock exclusive glamour outfits, mounts, minions, housing items that can be sold for significant amounts of money. Um, Crafting classes are heavily reliant on one another. To make high-end gears, you usually need materials from multiple different craftings. For high level or expert recipes, you tackle crafting relic tools rather than heavily melding standard in-game tools. Avoids frustration and losing expensive materials. Don't know what the hell that means. Community the community heavily agrees that if you want to craft, it is best to level all crafting and gathering professions together rather than focusing on one. So you can gather, craft your own intermediate materials. Um, uh, I feel like there's no necessary, no, like, I feel like Final Fantasy 14 doesn't have any real reason to farm gold or like gil, whatever it's called, per se. So, like, there'd be no real reason to have to craft a bunch of gear to sell to other players. It'd be about crafting for myself, getting my own gear. Um, that sounds kind of cool. So I basically just simply Googled what is there to do in Final Fantasy 14 Endgame, and obviously this was the top, which is the thing I knew about, which is basically the raids, the different versions of the raids and the trials and stuff. So that was kind of cool. But then the casual one, this one kind of came out of nowhere. The deep dungeons, it's like a roguelite version where you can solo or group, and you go in at level 1 and you push to the deep floors. That sounds pretty cool. um Exploration zones, special zones with their own leveling and progression systems, which reward specific relic weapons, which I don't know much about that, but that sounds kind of cool as well. The hunt trains, joining organized server wide groups to hunt down elite marks across the world for currency used to upgrade your gear. I mean, that could be cool, getting a part of like a social group that farms those things out. Kind of cool. So this is like fashionscape kind of thing. You get a bunch of like fashionable gear and stuff. Crafting and gathering. Sure. I just don't like other like the only thing from crafting that I could think of is like what I was saying before is you can get like basically glamour stuff. You get pets and mounts, different gears and stuff like that. Gold saucer. What the fuck? Chocobo racing? Oh no. Island Sanctuary, personal instance, tropical island where you can build a base, gather materials, craft and raise minions. That sounds cool too. So I mean, I'm leaning towards Final Fantasy 14 for sure. It's just I am also really not looking forward to having a have a membership to do high end content. Like that's just off putting. All right, what is there to do in Guild Wars 2 Endgame? So this is where I kind of already know a little bit because I've played it before. Is you got the events, which are really cool. You got world bosses and other world events that happen, which is really cool. I like that. Story and exposition, which I already knew. Um, go around the different maps, exploring all the different maps, getting 100% completions, doing a bunch of quests, doing the storylines and stuff like that. And then so I've never got into either one of these. I never got into like dungeons, I never got into raids. Um, Fast-paced 5-player instance dungeons that scale from beginner level to difficult high-tier challenge modes. 10-man boss encounters requiring organized teams, distinct roles, specific mechanics, PvP. Never got into obviously I hate PvP, so I heard World versus World was pretty insane. Um server versus server versus server battles across multiple maps. Players capture keeps, defend castles, and battle in roaming squads or massive armies. So that just sounds insane. Um, which is where I think Guild Wars 2 is like stands out from Final Fantasy 14 because they have this large scale, like their PvP is just better, from my understanding. They have like insanely good PvP correlation. Legendary Crafting, ultimate status symbol. Legendary gear shares stats with top tier ascended gear, but always allows you to swap your stat combination between or whenever you want out of combat, which is kind of cool. And then they got the fashion wars as well. But this is the cool part. Legendary crafting is like something that I would be interested in like trying to craft like full legendaries and stuff like that. Um so it's just like yeah, so this one's more of like I log in every day, I do like meta events and open world stuff, and then I could get into, legendary crafting and exploration. So like that, maybe get into some like simple like dungeons and maybe some raids every once in a while, possibly if I really wanted to. But at that point, like I could just be doing Final Fantasy 14, but Final Fantasy 14 requires the 10 US monthly sub, which is not cheap. Yeah, $13 a month. Like I'm not interested in that. Like I would just do the entry because it's just cheaper, right? Yeah. So to play the most recent content, you must purchase the latest expansion and maintain an active membership. So it's just like wow. And this is where I lose interest. Even though it would be really fun, it'd be really enjoyable, just like WoW was for like over 10 years for me. I think it would be good, But I think what ruins it for me is this. So the membership is mandatory monthly subscription required to play the game. It removes the server restriction placed on the free trial. Severe, sorry. Granting full access to trading, player-run markets, joining guilds, and unlimited character progression. Does not, however, include major story expansions which must be purchased separately. See, this is where I get really just, do I want to do this? So, unlimited server and trading access. Yep. No guild cap. Uh, allows you to hire in-game assistants who act as personal bankers, vaults, sell your items, blah blah blah. Character progression. Unlocks levels beyond 70 and removes all storyline progression caps. Free play period. Newly created service accounts receive a complimentary 30-day free subscription when you purchase standard edition, starter edition. Yeah, it's just so expensive. Cause like, so here's the game. Uh, include 30-day free period for all newly created service accounts. The 30-day free period. I don't even think my account exists anymore. I'll be honest, because I had a beta account when the game was in beta, and then they killed the game and relaunched it. So I probably don't even have an account anymore. Okay, so it says the 30-day free play period includes purchases can only be applied once each platform is single service. It is not applicable to platforms with a license already registered. Yeah, so $20 for standard edition to give you a 30-day trial. But if I wanted to get basically everything, I'd spend $60, which isn't a bad price. $60 for the most recent content, and then I have to pay, $13 to $15 a month to maintain. It isn't cheap, but it's not expensive. Versus, let's say, like Guild Wars 2, which I already have some of the Guild Wars 2 expansions. I don't have it through Steam. I'm pretty sure I have this. I don't think I have this one. This one or this one. It's been a hot minute. But their DLCs are much cheaper. Well, like each DLC is only like 25, $30 versus 60. Yeah, pretty sure I have this one. That's it. I'm gonna open up my Guild Wars 2 really quick. I don't know how to check to see which ones I'm missing. Alright, doing a quick DLC. Getting a quick download in really fast. Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I would be okay. Like, my problem is like, I'm thinking it's like, oh, Guild Wars 2 could be fun, but then I'm like, I'm recalling the last time I played, how bored I got just logging in, doing jump puzzles and like world boss and events every day. That's like all I did. And like after a couple months of doing that, I was just like, I'm bored out of my damn mind. Because it was like, it was a long time ago, obviously. It was years ago when I played this. But it was just, I didn't know what to do. Right? I didn't know what I could do. I didn't know what there was to do. I just was so lost. How do I know? I don't know how to know what expansions I have. Alright. So it's interesting. It says I have no purchase history. But I'm 90% sure I have something. Okay, I do have some. Okay, so it looks like I have Heart and Thorns and Path of Fire. And that's it. But what's interesting, looking at this one, is it shows that there is End of Dragons, Secrets of Obscure, Junethier Wild, and Visions of Eternity, all purchasable on here. Which is basically, according to this, says join the fight, such as the End of Dragons, and then it says the fourth expansion, Secrets of Obscurity, the fifth expansion, Junthis, the sixth expansion, Visions of Eternity. That's what it shows on their webpage, but on Steam it doesn't show all that. Yeah, so this is the first two. These are the one I own. And then End of Dragon expansion, which is on here. And then Living World, which I don't even see on here. I have no idea what this one even is. What is Living World? I don't understand. I'm so lost. Yeah, because this just says it's got 3 things. It's got 1 and 2, which I already technically own, and then it's got this third one. Oh, sorry, these are together, and then Dragons and Living World. I don't know what Living World is, because the Living World one isn't on this page, right? It just has Visions of Eternity, June Theor Wild, Secrets of Obscurity, and then the End of Dragons one, and these two. So I'm so confused. Oh, so it doesn't even give you the whole thing. So can you not get all the DLCs here? Oh, you can, but it's not part of this. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so $160. That hurts my soul. That absolutely hurts my soul. Like, obviously, I'd buy it on the other thing, right? But I already have this, so I'd have to buy this one, this one, this one, and this one. Probably this because it's if it, I mean, this comes with it, obviously, but like that's 25, 75 plus another 30. It's a little over $100 to catch up. Like, that's just fucking insane. I know you guys can't see. Sorry, I was making sure you guys couldn't see anything that you shouldn't see, but it that's just fucking insane. How much would it be to buy all of these? Oh, I don't understand. I'm so lost. I don't know the difference in the purchasables. I'm so fucking lost right now, guys. I'm just trying to understand like where I would even start with Guild Wars 2, like other than the free to play version, right? Like I don't need the side content and all the expansions to experience the game, supposedly, but like yeah, so you have to buy all of them separately, which is ridiculous. So it looks like I'd have to buy like over $100 worth of stuff. So if I did the collections, or sorry, yeah, if I went here, and I did like the complete one for $100, you could buy what appears to be all of them. Maybe not. This is where the fucking things get very confusing. It's like it says you get Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, End of Dragons. But this doesn't give me. This doesn't give me the other ones. Yeah, it doesn't give me the. Ugh, so annoying. I hate this. They're both like hurting my soul. Honestly, like just, I'm just fucking annoyed right now. I'm tempted to just not play either one of them because they're both pissing me off. I'll be right back. I gotta go pee. All right, yeah. So what's pissing me off right now is Guild Wars 2 just seems like an annoyance more than anything. So I think Guild Wars 2 might just be off the table. Like I like the idea of Guild Wars 2. Like, I don't need a membership to play. I can just have fun with it, buy the DLCs as I want them, whenever I want them, just to grind the content from that section. I'm not opposed to it. But knowing that each DLC is like, I wouldn't say required, but to like unlock and like collectible everything you want to collect, you need to buy each one of them. And it's like fucking over $100. Kind of irritating. And then Final Fantasy 14 is just off-putting because I have to have a membership once I get to the end game. If I like it, obviously it's like, okay, it's tolerable, it's acceptable, but I have to play all the free to play all the way up to whatever it is and then decide, okay, do I like it? Okay, well, let's buy the expansion and a monthly membership to play the higher end content. Then I have to maintain a membership going forward to keep playing the game. At that point, I'm basically playing WoW. And it's not that WoW is a bad game. It's not that I have a problem with paying monthly memberships for games that I'm having fun with. But I don't know. I just don't really want to right now. Not feeling it. Feel a little off put by that. Which then, like, thinking that through, it's like the closest thing I have after that would be ESO. But I feel like ESO just, it doesn't, I feel like it's lacking something. I don't know what it is about ESO, man. It just feels lacking. I just feel like it's missing something. Like, I'm just gonna go and turn on someone's stream really quick and just watch it really fast. I don't know what they're doing. It looks like they're running a dungeon or something. Looks just very meh. Like, this is a kind of a game that, like, I feel like you can play it for free, right? And I feel like ESO is in the same boat now too. Is like, I could buy the game for $20, perfectly acceptable. I can play as much as I want, but it's got a yearly basic purchasable. That's basically Guild Wars 2. And like, looking at this content, it just meh. Just kind of meh. I mean, maybe this person is just really bad or very boring. This guy has way too many muscles to be playing so intently. I think he's playing PvP. Yeah, this looks terrible. Yeah, this looks absolutely terrible. You got mounts, got stuff and things, run around the world. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Not really feeling it. Not really feeling it. So, I mean, we're left with this, which doesn't really sound too appealing. And Warframe and Where Winds Meet. Like, I don't know. I feel like we're stuck with one of these two games at this point. Like, wasn't really expecting that, but I feel like this is like one of the two games we're gonna play one of these two, honestly. Just for shits and giggles. Until something else piques our interest. Like, I'm almost tempted to go back to BDO, honestly. But it's just like it's so much AFKing. I just feel wrong playing an AFK game on stream. And then like the problem with I have with BDO is actively playing, I don't like combat grinding. So I'd be stuck to profession grinding actively, which is fine. But do you guys really want to come and watch me stream every day, going and shooting things with a gun, doing my hunting rotations? Like, that sounds terrible. That's usually what burns me out is I just go and do hunting rotation every single day. Go and dump all my energy killing wolves or something. And then it's like, okay, well, I dumped all my energy killing wolves. Now I'm going to bed. And then the next day I log in, I'm like, hey, gonna kill wolves again. Have no energy, going back to bed. Like, that's kind of like where I'm at with that game. It's just like, and it's like, I don't even play at Iron Man, but I still don't make any progress. Because, like, the amount of money you need to make to purchase an item from somebody that's enhanced is so astronomical to get an upgrade. And then you gotta wait for someone to actually get an upgrade that they want to sell, or buy all the materials to attempt the upgrade yourself. And then you fail it, and you have to start all over. And you fail it, and then you gotta start all over. And then you fail it, and you start. It's like I spend so much time making money and making no progress. And then you finally get a progress, and you're like, all right, cool. That was only like 3 trillion gold for one small upgrade that's not even maxed. Like, it's such a fucking drag. And it's like getting the nice thing about the upgrades though is at least the upgrades give incremental increasements, which is kind of nice. So I get the one better ring, and that better ring makes me, a little bit stronger. And then the next ring makes me a little bit stronger. So I'm farming better each time I get an upgrade. But I need to farm even more because the next upgrade is even more astronomically high. I can't. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm almost burnt on games, but I'm not at the same time. Like, I still have fuel in the tank to play games. Just nothing is appealing. Uh, Alright, so let's look. Oh. Alright, let's watch this video. Where wind meets in-game a loop. Let's see what they have to offer. You got loot farming. Okay. I don't know what those percentage numbers are used for, but for some reason, I don't know why, but this map highly reminds me of an auto battler that I played. It looks extremely similar. Okay, well, you're just talking, and I don't really give a fuck. Just you join a battle, you got reward previews of things that you can drop. Okay, cool. No idea what we're looking at here. Yeah, you're just talking about a whole lot of stuff, but you're not really showing a whole lot. So I guess you just gear farm for like min-max items or some shit. And then you got gathering. So there's, it looks like herbs you can gather. You can gather materials, it looks like, of all kinds. I don't know what you use them for though. Sect? What's sect? What's this? Sex. What's sex? Something we all want, I guess, but not all of us can get. And no fucking idea what any of that is. You got weeklies. What the fuck is energy? What's energy? This is when you claim a reward in specific modes. Formless and colors. Fails mysteries. Once energy is depleted, it can be restored over time or by using rare items. Energy is max limit. Nutrition plus. Oh no. Okay. So it's a limiter of some kind. Assuming there's a way to increase it, maybe? Yeah, so when you kill something and you loot something, it consumes some of your energy to get loot. So you can only get so much loot per day or something like that. Okay. Thing. Jade fish. Eh. Earned every week. Okay. That's okay. Hero realms. Cool. There's a lot going on here. And I'm so fucking lost. And it's like, yeah, there's like a shop. There's trials. What's the forest? That do? I, I wish you explained what the forest was. I mean, you probably do in your video. Okay. Fully explain. Like, that's just a lot of talking. Like, 17 minutes of just talking. I just want the cliff notes. Uh, 3 layers of endgame. All right, layer 1. Mechanical mastery. You can play cleanly against high pressure enemies. Not sure the story fights and what build depth, weapon pair synergy, social and seasonal. What? Huh? You completely and utterly lost me. Just I don't understand. I'm sure. All right. Okay. Uh. Oh. Bro, there's just too much. There's too much information. It's just like information overload at this point. Nothing piques my interest. Nothing looks great. Nothing looks enjoyable. And everything I look into to understand is it going to be fun? It's just way too much of an information overload. It's just hurting my fucking brain and just making me just not want to play anything. Like even this game, knowing what I'm getting into is it's too much for me. My mental right now. I feel just way overwhelmed and just stressed out of my fucking mind. Like it just no, I don't know, man. I think I'm just way too fucking stressed out right now. Everything just sounds absolutely fucking dreadful. Let's do a quick gander at someone playing Warframe. Okay, that looks a lot like Destiny with planets. Are you gonna do something or are you just gonna be AFK? I think the last time I saw someone playing Warframe, it was overwhelming. Watching them dash around and do all sorts of crazy stuff on the mounts and jumping through content and bursting things down and just seemed overwhelming. I'm already overwhelmed right now. Like they joined something and they had to select like an armor suit and then select a primary and secondary weapon from a list of items. I'm assuming this is some sort of like roguelite built into the game where you join into a random dungeon with random gear and stuff that you have to select what you want to get as far as you can or something. What it seems like at least. I don't know. All I can tell you is I can barely see what the fuck's going on in this person's stream. Look at this shit, guys. How the fuck can you understand what the hell's going on when you get this massive fucking thing overlaying a third of the screen, and then the character takes up the other 2/3 of the screen? I can't even see what the fuck's going on. There's just too many particles and things in my screen and my face. I want to just see what's going on. Like, scroll out. Zoom out a little bit so we can see. What the fuck's going on? Like, holy hell. I'd like to see some damn content. Okay, you're just fucking BXB, forward back. I don't even fucking know it. AB, You're just fucking flying around at this point. I don't even know what the fuck you're doing. Like I said, this is just way too overwhelming. Like, I don't even understand what I'm watching. Person's legit just flying around the map at Mach 7,000, and I don't even know why they're doing it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm I'm so lost right now. I'm honestly leaning towards just playing fucking Albion. Just running around, chopping trees, just turning my fucking brain off, not putting any effort into the game. Honestly, I think that's what we're just gonna do. I know none of you really want to watch it, but I'm too overwhelmed. I can't take it. I don't think I can do it. Like, the only other option is Where Wind Meets, and I'm not opposed to just mindlessly grinding in that game either. I mean, those are the two that I'm like leaning towards now. Because I'm too cheap right now to want to spend $15 a month on a membership. I'm not opposed to spending $60 on an expansion. You know, once once a year, once every other year. I'm not opposed to that. Like, that's not off-putting. What's off-putting is seeing a game that has $150 worth of expansions that I have to buy individually. That's overwhelming. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't have to buy them. I can buy them at my leisure. As I complete one, I can buy another. As I complete that one, I can buy another. And I don't even need to do them to complete all the content or to play the game. So it's just a daunting thing to like see. Oh, there's 7 DLCs. Oh, you have to buy them all separately. Oh, they're all $25. It's like, why? Like, I understand you need money, but for a new person coming to your game, that is just a daunting task. Like, it makes sense to make people buy them as they come out that are playing it, and like, yeah, that sucks that you have to pay for the DLCs as they come out each individual time, but that's the nature of playing the game as it's cooking, as it's coming out, is you're supporting the game as it's out, as it's coming out, as it's cooking. So it's just like it makes sense. You buy it as it comes out. That's just the nature of the way it is. Not like, oh, well, I'm gonna give you each one of them for free because you bought one of them. Doesn't make sense that way. I don't know. Does anybody got any recommendations to like look at something? Any games? Any ideas? Like something that might pique our interest? Yeah, because like none of these look. I like why I don't know why these are recommended. Like nope, that looks terrible. Nope, that looks terrible. Actually, I did watch someone play this. It was hilarious. Oh, that is a good one. Oh, that's a good one too. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, I watched someone play this. That was pretty hilarious to watch. Yeah, this looked good. Not gonna lie, I haven't played like a driving game in so long, but I'm also not willing to spend $70 on a video game. Not on like a simple ass like driving game. Not saying that it's simple, not saying that it's not in depth, but like it's just a driving game. At the end of the day, that's all it is. It's cool, but I don't want to spend $60, $70 on it. I just feel like it doesn't have enough longevity for me to warrant that price tag. I don't know what the fuck this is. Witch Spire? That's just yeah, not playing Subnautica either. What is this called? Voiding Bond? Weird. Okay. Destiny, yeah, this is the new DLC for Destiny 2. I bro, I can't even fathom. That's actually an insane price. That's actually an insane price for what it is. 88% off for all of it. But it's because they're not putting I think that they like that's the last of the deal. Like this is the last one ever. Yeah, the fact that this is $24 for all of them or $12 for just that one. Like but knowing that like there's no more content coming out, it's pretty much a dead game. Fine. I mean it's a good game, but not interested in spending $25 on a game that I probably won't play. This does look interesting. I'm not opposed to this game, but I don't really want to spend $25 on it. Didn't realize. Edge, are you still playing Hunt? The hell, bro? Didn't realize Edge actually had it. Gothic remake, bro. Some people play some obscure ass games. For $50? This is what I'm talking about, man. Like a random obscure ass game that I've never heard of. Great reviews. Again, came out recently. $50 fucking. That's just crazy expensive. Such cheapskate, man. That's gross. Who's holding the freaking orc head? I mean, graphically, it looks cool. It looks interesting for sure, but That cinematic though, that's pretty fire. Oh, but yeah, sorry, I don't know if anybody heard me or if you're all just lurking, but does anybody got any like game recommendations or anything that we can look at that we should try and check out? It's like idle game, idle game, idle game, idle game. All right, give me just a second. We're back. All right, I'm back, and been getting a bit hangry, so I grabbed some brownies the wife's mom made for me. So hopefully that'll help with. I'm not really hungry, but I'm like extremely stressed out and overwhelmed on like all the information, all the different games, and all the different choices. It just like I I don't know. I feel like eating something might like, you know what I mean, calm me down a little bit or reset me in some way, shape, or form. That's the goal, at least. You working on a new update? Yeah, I haven't even launched it, looked at it. I didn't even know that there was a new update until I saw Griffey's stream earlier. Or another roguelite. How are you liking the new update? That's good. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, because I know you said you got to like 3,000. Yo, what up, Pip? We've been talking about games all night, and I can't find a game to play. Oh, you're almost to 2,000, 3,000. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. That's pretty cool. 102 times is crazy. Yeah, I don't know if some of my overwhelmness and stress is coming because I didn't sleep a whole lot today, but I'm contemplating getting off a little bit early since I'm just tired and overwhelmed. Getting a nice little workout in, watching a little bit of TV, and just getting some relaxation in. I might need it. Yeah, I look like blue Glinkos or whatever those things are called when I was on Griffey stream. They're kind of like the mob from the slimes, the mini boss, but he was blue. That's a big brownie we just ate. I'm gonna get some water really quick. Right back. Oh, all right, we got some water. Yo, but Fit, you just woke up. Nice. Do you have any game recommendations for us? We've been looking at games all night, and they're all just they're. I'm overwhelmed. I'm stressed out. None of them look very appealing. We've looked at ESO, Guild Wars 2, Warframe, Albion, thought about some New World, Where Winds Meet, and Final Fantasy 14. Start with Solitaire. I don't know. I might have to start with like either one card Solitaire or one one bomb Minesweeper. That's about where I'm at right now, Edge. That's kind of where I'm at. It's like one bomb Minesweeper. And watch, I'd probably still lose that. Edge. I was talking to you earlier and I was like looking at something, I was like, wait, Edge owns this game? I was like, wait, Edge is still playing freaking Hunt? Like, bro, I didn't even know you were still here. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. No, I was talking about a game that I didn't realize you had. It's the spacecraft game. Is it any good? Oh, this morning? Yeah. I saw it the other day. People were playing. I was like, bro, that looks kind of chill. But I didn't want to play it by myself. And I wasn't sure if there was any PvP in it. But then I'm thinking to myself, well, if there's no PvP or anything like that, like, what is the true end game of the game? Because it reminded me a lot of like No Man's Sky, but cheaper. Zero to Hero is Hero Sage. I have no idea what you're even talking about, Fip. My brain is fried right now. No Man's Sky is like $60, and this game is like 26 on sale. It's usually like 30. The hell is this? But I was talking about possibly playing Final Fantasy 14 Edge or Guild Wars 2, and I think both of them kind of just overwhelmed me with the prices because of how cheapskate I am. And like just looking at like the purchasables for Guild Wars 2 on the site just hurt my soul. This is what you're talking about? Zero to Hero? The fuck is this? Yeah, I don't know what the hell this is, Pip, but yeah, let's not. What you're talking about? I think someone showed me this a while back. It kind of reminds me of like a roguelite. I'm not really looking for something like this. I said I'm kind of looking for, like, I'm not opposed to like a hack and slash game, but I don't want to like a roguelite hack and slash game, right? If I'm gonna do a hack and slash game, it's gonna be more like where wind meets kind of style, right? Oh, I got what you're saying. Yeah, you start with
Would you
like
like a
nothing
cup
and
of
you work
water?
your way up. Gotcha.
You look
May go.
thirsty as
Thanks for the
fuck
hydrate,
right
man.
now.
So like hack and slash, the closest I would get to a hack and slash would be like where wind meets possibly, right? Where they're like this kind of hack and slash. Like I wouldn't be opposed to this, or say like Black Desert, right? Kind of hack and slash. Like this kind of stuff, I wouldn't be too opposed to. Obviously, like Black Desert's kind of hard for me because I literally just get fucking drained instantly. Um, Even there was another game I was thinking off the top of my head. That's another hack and slash that wouldn't be terrible. Oh, like even like something like Lost Ark, honestly, like low key. Like I wouldn't even be opposed to like a Lost Ark hack and slash type of game, right? Um, but that kind of style of hack and slash I'm okay with. But like roguelites, not so much. I'm trying to find an enjoyable game to just like play. And hack and slash is fine. Looter shooters is fine. It's just like because like the ones that we've looked into is like I said, we looked into Albion, which is more of like a kind of crafting, gathering, kind of turn your brain off kind of game where I just run around gathering resources, craft gear, level up my characters, so on and so forth. Probably get into some PvP and get my ass kicked and die a whole bunch of times. Get camped here and there. Elder Scrolls Online, MMORPG, pretty typical. Is some professions in it per se. But I'm kind of off put by this one, knowing that I have to either buy a one-time purchasable membership to unlock the DLCs or manually buy them separately and have them and then not have the membership at all, and like just like that's a whole can of worms of confusingness that is annoying me. This is why I got a little overwhelmed, and this is why I got a little stressed out, and it just my brain's just on full overload right now. Is like Final Fantasy 14 has its like, oh, you can play for free up to this, but then you have to purchase the DLC and have a membership going forward to play the most good content, which honestly, Final Fantasy 14 looks the most promising for me between its crafting and, it's like combat systems and stuff. It looks really promising, but knowing I have to spend like $13 to $15 a month to maintain the most current content is kind of off-putting. And then Guild Wars 2 is also another kind of top contender because it has different content than Final Fantasy 14 that I would like. I wish they both had a baby and just gave me the best of both worlds, but it is what it is. But Guild Wars 2 for me is hard because I can play the game because I own the game, but I can only play what I've purchased. So I can only play the 2 expansions that I've purchased and the base game. The other purchasables, the other DLCs, the other areas and unlocked stuff that's hidden behind those DLCs, I don't own, so I'd have to buy them, and that's like $125 worth of content that I have to buy. But both of them are hefty in price, and the purchasables are just not very linear. Like when I go and look at it, it's like, oh, this is the 5th expansion, 6th expansion, 7th expansion. Oh, which one do I have to buy? Oh, can I buy them in a bundle? Oh, no, this bundle only has this, and this bundle has this, and this comes with this, and there's a complete and a non, and a deluxe, and a standard, and just like, just fucking cliff note the shit for me, people. Holy hell. So it's like, yeah, Albion, ESO, Final Fantasy 14, Guild Wars 2, Where Winds Meet, freaking Warframe, all of those games, like they're just so overwhelming. Looking at like the in-game content, the loops and things that to do, like this game alone has so many different mechanics and things, like weeklies and dailies and shit that you can do when I looked it up that it's just like it was overwhelming as fuck. And then Warframe, watching someone play it for 5 minutes made me want to go and Alt F4 and go to sleep. Like that shit, I'm already overloaded and my brain is already on fucking fire. And then I go and watch somebody play this game and they're sprinting around the screen, flying through the air, doing barrel rolls, and just, I have no idea what's going on. And that's the thing too, Flip, is like MMOs aren't made casual anymore. The only one on the list that I would say is actually casual oriented is Guild Wars 2. And the reason for that is because most of Guild Wars 2's repeatable content is farming for mounts and collectibles and horizontal progression. Like once you have good gear, you don't have to worry about farming good gear going forward. You just have it. Right? So it's not, they're not constantly moving the goalpost of your gear over and over again. They're just adding more stories and zones and collectibles and things like that and raids and stuff to complete just for stuff to do. And I like that, but the DLCs being $25-$30 every year starts to add up, and you can't just buy the newest one and they come with all of them. You have to buy them all separately, and that's what's off-putting about Guild Wars 2. And like you said, they're not really casual friendly. They're more of like a job nowadays. Like every MMO is like slated towards super just what is that word I'm looking for? Like super commitment. It's like daily logins, daily this, daily that. You know, you can all, you know, you have to do this X amount of times. You have to have this many characters. You have, if you want to be efficient, you want to do this. You can't miss out on this. You can't miss out on that. Doing your weeklies, doing your dailies, doing your rep grinds. You know, getting this done, getting that done. Don't forget to do this. Don't forget to do that. If you're low on time, make sure you do this. It's like, but God, just fucking simplify this shit, please. Like, stop giving us dailies. Like, you can do them daily if you want, but I feel like it's more of like a, hey, here's your weekly allotment, get them done at your leisure. You have 7 days to get it done. If you get it done, you get it done. Shit, if you want to make it super casual, make it monthly. Like, hey, every month you can run 30 of these, 60 of these, do it at your leisure. However fast you get them done, you get them done. You know what I mean? Like, that way you can just do what you want, when you want, how you want, and you're not being forced to be like, okay, I logged in today, did my one dungeon. See you guys tomorrow. It's like, that's annoying. And it's tedious because if you like get sick or you're off a day or you can't make it or whatever, like, and then you're like, oh, well, I missed out on a day. Now I'm behind. It's like so fucking frustrating. And then when you have games like Where Winds Meet, like I said, I pulled this up earlier, Fip. Like, let me pull this back up. That's not what I typed. Let me find this really quick. So I pulled this text information, right? And like this is what I ran into. It says all in-game activities, what's worth doing and when. You got like this 10-man weekly PvE. You got this trial, which is solo PvE / small group. You get this other solo PvE master. You get this repeatable PvE. You get this character progress thing for gear break progression or some shit, where you grow your gear in certain increments or something. And you got progression plus mastery. Then you got exploration rewards. You got daily resource farming. You got competitive PvP, social and guilds, social and role playing. And then you got your daily stuff where you got to go and farm this stuff, which is the most non-negotiable, high doing this. And you got your checked activities, season something, something, something. You got this riddle thing, and you got this world boss farm, and then you got this wandering tales. You got this gear enhancement. You got just hero realms, the soul things, the PvP, the shops, weekly resets, and it's like, what the absolute just fucking, why is there so many thousands of things Like, what is going on here? It's just overwhelming to like before you even get into the game to even know what's going on. It's just like here's 100 things to do when you're at the end game every day. Like, what the fuck? It just yeah, I like I said, my brain started melting, started going into overdrive. It's overheated. It's got way too much information and it's overwhelmed as fuck and I'm stressed. I just need to chill. I need to go do a workout. I need to go watch some anime and relax and then maybe mull over what's like just what looks good. Like I said, I know for a fact what I think looks the most promising, but I am just torn because I don't truly want to spend a monthly membership on a game. That's where I'm stuck. I don't want to spend $15 a month to play a video game. Not that it's not worth it, not that they don't deserve it. I'm just cheap. And I don't like spending money like that. Like I'd rather take that $15 and buy a pizza. You know, like granted that's a month worth of content versus 1 day's worth of pizza, but like you get my point. It's like I'm just torn. But what we could do, at bare minimum, we could do the free account on Final Fantasy 14. We could play up to like level 70, experience the game. If we're feeling it, we're feeling it. If we're not, we're not. And if we like it, get the, get the new DLC. Play the new DLC and play it until we're not feeling it anymore. And then we just call it a day. I mean, I've thought that I'm not going to get my money's worth out of it. I'll get my money's worth out of it before I even spend any money because just getting to level 70 would probably take me a while unless I hate the game. So, I mean, at that point, I'm not out on any money. But by the time I get to level 70, and if I did want to buy the DLC from that point, I've already gotten my money's worth out of that. But basically, like, I'm paying it. I'm giving them the money after I've already like done the content. I'm like, oh, thanks for that. That was great. Here's a donation. You know what I mean? That's what I feel like it is. Uh but I want to start my new game on Friday, Fip. I was gonna start it today, but I've just been so overwhelmed. I decided we're gonna push it off till Friday to start a new game. So today was like talk about it, maybe play like a palate cleanser or something on the side, and then tomorrow continue with the palate cleanser, and then go into Friday with the new game. Problem is, I don't even know what the fucking palate cleanse with because nothing sounds good. And like obviously New World was on the chopping block as well because it's something brain dead that I can just jump into and just no think, no brain, just run and go and it's easy. I already know what I'm doing. I already know what I'm trying to do. I already know how to do it. It's like it's not really any effort, but it didn't really appeal, right? And I'm just trying to think what would I want to do tomorrow. So I'm trying to pass time until Friday. What do I play tomorrow? Ah, like that's where we got stuck because I was like I said I was gonna start it today and I was like ugh. I was like well maybe we can do it tomorrow and I'm thinking maybe we start a Where Winds Meet, but I feel like once again that's one of the same problems is like if I start it tomorrow I'm not gonna make it very far and then I have to come back and play it again. So I want something that doesn't really matter if I start it tomorrow or if I start it next week or if I come back to it at any other time. Because I feel like if I play Warframe, Where Winds Meet, or anything like that, I have to save it to the collections in a one stop shop kind of location on the VOD channel. So I mean, maybe we just do a New World tomorrow. Just kind of no brain. Just play some New World tomorrow. Save it to the collection like we have been, and like get a random extra stream of that one out of nowhere, just a 1 day kind of New World stream, and then Friday jump into our new game. I mean, I also had the potential of doing a Iron Man RuneScape playthrough, which was kind of on my mind, possibly. But yeah, do you have any like, obviously after all that talking, do you have any like thoughts on something maybe I would like or I should look at that maybe I haven't talked about yet? Because now you probably have an idea like what I'm looking for. Because I want something that I can like kind of put a little effort into, but it's not super overwhelming, cheap if not free. You know, has profession stuff to do, and you know maybe some like exploration and achievements to finish. Something just chill, but also like you know MMORPG esque kind of style. I've just been looking at games all night and all day before I got on stream and all last night. Like literally ever since we got off stream on I think Thursday/Friday last week, I've been like digging into this and it's been just overwhelming trying to find a game. And I'm just fucking burnt out just trying to find a game. What game is that, Phil? All right, welcome back, mate. Yeah, congrats on the DR multi that you got. I mean, I don't care if a game is dead. That's the thing. I don't care if it's dead. I just care if I'm gonna have fun. Oh yeah, so that was a game that I was curious on, and I just remember you making a comment about it. Because the one I looked at was the Blade and Soul Neo one, because it's free. And obviously recent and all is mixed. And you said that like this one has like newer different stuff from the other version. Oh, they're both free. Oh, okay. But you made it seem like it was kind of just meh, and then the reviews also say it's kind of meh. Uh, yeah, what's the true downside problem to it? Yeah, I mean, like visually, like it looks fine to me. Like this one, I haven't looked at the RU one, but like combatly speaking, it looks fine. Yeah, graphically speaking, it looks fine. Like all that looks fine. NCSoft? Oh, okay. Well, everybody hates NCSoft. No shock there. Yeah, man, I'm gonna play it off stream. Oh, is it the same game just in the Russia version? Like, I don't understand the correlation. Is it this? But is it this exact same game? It's just you're playing it in the Russian servers. It's fine, man. Honestly, like I haven't even launched a game in about a week, so if I have questions, I'll just bring it up tomorrow. Ah, I got you, Fit. Yeah, like I said, I thought about this as well. I saw it and I was like, I heard mixed things about it. Not 100% on it. Hmm. Like honestly though, like I was low key contemplating Lost Ark for sure, and even Throne and Liberty. But I tried to launch Throne and Liberty like a while back and push through the new storyline. I can't even beat the storyline with my character. Like that's how fucked my character is from when I last played it. I was literally just getting dicked on by the quest line, and I just got pissed. I tried it like 15 times, and I just kept dying to the quest line. And then the problem with this game I always had was like I didn't hate I really liked like, so the one thing that I'm looking for in a game is open world events to force me to go around to different areas to actually obtain loot and materials for things. And that's one thing I liked about Throne of Liberty and Guild Wars 2. It's just Throne of Liberty kind of was off-putting because it was so heavily PvP focused that I kind of despised it because everything was PvP oriented and people were just super strong, especially the people that like swipe their credit cards to buy gear from like high level players that already had the gear because they like were high tier players that were like free farming like in-game content like since day one. And then like the weeklies are done at a time period where I can't do them, and then the nightly bosses don't even spawn at night because they stop spawning at night, so I can't even do boss fights. So like Throne of Liberty kind of was just like off-putting for that reason. And then Lost Ark, which obviously is, I think has gotten a lot better since I last played, um, was appealing because they've swapped it, not swapped it, but they've made significant changes to make the game actually soloable now. So now most of the raids you can solo. Like they have a solo mode now, so you don't even have to have groups and you know what I mean to do things. And it was always very very satisfying with the explosions, the pops, the murdering of the mobs and fighting and stuff. It was very 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 satisfying playing this game. It's just the one thing that hurt this game was the free to play, or was the pay to win aspect of how like people would swipe their credit card to buy materials from other players and then get ahead because they had enough materials to get ahead. So it's like the problem is like those people swipe their credit cards to have gold to buy these materials at the auction house, but if the items weren't being sold in the auction house, they wouldn't have anything to purchase. So whose fault is it? Is it the person that's selling it giving these people the opportunity to buy it from them to get ahead, or is it the fact that they swiped their credit card? Because if they weren't on the auction house to purchase to begin with, then swiping their credit card would have made no sense because they wouldn't have been able to buy anything to upgrade anyway. So I don't know. I put the blame partially on the players for selling it, and the other blame is obviously allowing people to swipe the credit card to get currency to buy items off the auction house instead of making them farm for it. I mean, I definitely fault both, but the fact that now it's like soloable is pretty sick. So now you can go into raids by yourself and the mechanics are slightly different. So you can actually like do the raids on a single player, but it still is like off-putting because like you just need so many materials and you have to play so many characters to actually make any type of progression in the game. But I loved the art style, loved the combat, the fluidness, the enjoyment of the mechanics, and just the no brain, just barely putting any effort in, watching things explode and just seeing the mass amounts of mobs just flying off the screen and exploding was just super satisfying. But why can't he play MMOs? Is it because you guys are in Russia? That's pretty wild, man. Oh, work? Yeah. Like that's the thing with Lost Ark is it is a job. Like if you want to compete at the highest level fit and you want to maintain like the like top percentile like progression as it's coming out and keep your gear score like to the top with like the highest level players, you have to play like 16 hours a day. And you have to have like 32 characters. And you have to play every character like every day. Yeah, so he's gone for like 16 hours of the day. That's the thing. He does, and then he still has to sleep. So he has no time to actually play. And that's what I was saying is like this game requires, like, at bare minimum, you need to play 8 hours a day. Ideally, you need to play more like 16 hours a day. And the reason for that is because you need to play as many characters every single day as you possibly can. Now, if you're trying to be more time efficient rather than more material efficient, you can technically play like 8 hours a day and only play a third of your characters every 3 days. So if you have like 32 characters, technically you'd want 33 at that point. You'd play 11 characters a day. So you would have to burn through all 11 characters as fast as you can, doing your daily dungeon thing, doing your daily boss hunt, getting those crafting materials, any purchasables you can get. And then every week you still got to get your like 6 character playthroughs of your raids, plus any carries that you're going to sell for gold to other players and stuff. $32 character, 33 characters is insane. But you gotta imagine. So if you're running your 2 boss rushes and your 2, I don't even, I call them dungeons. I don't know what the fuck they're called anymore. But like the greater rifts. If you run the 2 rifts and the 2 bosses on every character, that means if you're, let's say you're averaging 30 minutes per character and you have 11 characters, that's fucking 5.5 hours of game time. And then you still have your weekly raids you have to get done as well, which take like 1 to 2 hours, depending on which ones you're doing and if it's progression or just facepalm, running through. And this is if you're doing the time efficient method, not the materially efficient. Because what ends up happening is when you don't play a character, the 2 boss rushes and the 2 rifts that you run, they count towards your rewards for the next time, right? So those will count, those 2 will turn over and be like, okay, you got 40% of a charge. And what ends up happening is when you run the next time, it'll consume 40% of your charge to give you double drops, right? So if you don't run for 2 days, you'll end up with 80% charge. And then when you run on the 3rd day, when you run the 2, bosses, you'll get double drops for both bosses. So you end up with 4 times or four sets of loot for running it once, but you're giving up 2 sets of loot because you took 2 days worth of loot, which would have been 4 sets, right? Because you get 2 sets per day. So you took those 2 sets from day 1 and those 2 sets towards day 2, and you consolidated them into percentage to get consumed on day 3. So your 5th and 6th boss fights, you get 4 sets total. So you give up 2 sets of gear or 2 sets of material drops to, in turn, run less characters per day. And like I said, that time versus material spent is worth it, because if you think about, like, if you, let's say you only have 5 hours to play every day, you're going to get way more out of doing that than you were if you were to have less characters and to run them all. Because let's say you have 6 characters, right? You run 6 characters every single day. You get 2 sets of drops per character. That's 12 sets of drops, right? But if you had 18 characters and you ran 6 every day you ran, like set 1, right? You'd run set 1 characters. You would technically get 4 sets per character, which would give you a total of 24 sets per day. Set 12, right? You get twice as much per day, but it's because you have so many characters that you rotate through them. But when you let's say you had 18 characters, if you were able to run all 18 in a single day, you would get way more. And then that's where the problem comes in. It's like, it's more efficient to have as many characters as absolute possible and run them every 3 days, in rotation of like groups, like 5 this day, 5 this day, 6 this day, or whatever. And that way, like, you get more loot per day, and overall throughout the week, you end up with more and doing that than if you were to run them every single day and have less characters. So that's why Lost Ark is literally a job, because it's just you need so many materials to upgrade, and then on top of that, with all the characters you have to upgrade all of your characters to the higher tier to get to the higher tier materials to, to be able to funnel the higher tier materials to the other characters. Because if they're on tier 2 materials and you need tier 3, you have to upgrade him to the tier 3 materials, and then it's such a fucking shit show. But it's a very fun, enjoyable, pleasing game. Like I said, aesthetically looking, combat, just the skills, the abilities, just the aesthetics, the way it looks, how smooth it feels. The game is great. It's just between the community and just the nature of how you upgrade your gear, it's just such an absolute shit show. But it is a very satisfying game. And that's why I was contemplating maybe just getting into it again, but I'm just so fucking burnt, man. I just need, because the thing I'd be worried about with that game is like I'd get into it, I'd start playing it, and I'd be struggling to solo things, and then it would just ruin the way it would feel because I would not be able to make much progress because I'd be struggling without a group. Why are we looking at The Witcher? What's going on here? Why is The Witcher in this game? Is this like a collab? Like what's going on here? Yeah, it's a fucking weird ass crossover event. Anyway, that's the point, that is, it makes sense when you see it on paper, but to have it explained to you, it's just such a convoluted idea. It's so dumb. Like without me actually visually showing you, because like the gist of it is, without me like reiterating it, is like I said, every day you log in, you get X amount of attempts at a boss rush, right? You get two sets of drops, right? So when you go into the boss rush, you kill it, and you consume one of your daily charges. It's like, all right, cool. I got a set of gear that dropped, and that consumed a charge. You run it again, and when you kill them, it consumes the your other daily charge, and then you drop loot. And if you run it the third time, you get nothing because you don't have any charges to consume. So what ends up happening is, so you don't feel like you're wasting your time. Like if you, let's say you don't log in for a day, right? Because you're working, you're at the hospital, whatever. Um, what they do is they rest you, right? So if you didn't consume your boss charges for that day, they put it into rest. And instead of doing it in just small numbers of 1 and 2, right? They do it in percentages. So one boss that you didn't kill gives you 20% rest. Really stupid. Anyway, um, but the way it works is, when you do kill a boss and you consume one of your charges, it looks at your rest bar and says, "Hey, do you have enough rest to proc 2 drops?" And a second drop requires 2 charges, right? So if you didn't run it on day 1 and you had 2 charges that carried over to day 2, when you killed the boss on day 2, you would get 2 drops because it would consume your rest percentage. Just like bonus XP in other games, when you're like, you log out for the day, you log back in, you got 10% bonus XP for like 10% of your level. When you kill mobs, you get, bonus XP until you run out. It's kind of the same idea, but instead it consumes 20% for 1 kill. Or sorry, 40% for 1 kill. So that's why I said the way the math works out is, if you don't run for 2 days, you end up with 80% rest. And then every time you kill a boss, it consumes 40% rest, which gives you double drops. So that's how you end up with 4 times the amount of drops for just killing them twice. Because it consumes all the rest from the 2 days that you didn't run. But like I said, since it takes 2 charges to give you 1 bonus drop, that's where you lose out on the amount of materials. Because like if you have 1 character and you run them every day, you get 2 drops every day. Like, all right, so that's 1 character equates to 14 drops a week. Cool. Now, if you were to wait and fight them every 3 days, you'd get 4 drops. So you would end up with 8 drops at the end of the week with an extra day that rolls over. 1 random extra day, right? So mathematically, it's a little less than that, but or it's like closer to like 9 or like 8.8 or something stupid because you have to equate the math. It throws it off because it's increments of 3 and weeks are in sevens. But anyway, but yeah, 1 character would equate to, like I said, 8 drops a week versus 14. Like I said, you're giving up drops doing that because it takes 1 day's worth of drops to give you half a day's worth of drop. It's just like I said, without seeing it and seeing the numbers and watching it happen, it's really hard to explain. It's just super stupid. Just know that you save time, but you get less drops per character. But it makes up for it because the quantity of players or the quantity of characters you have nets you more in the long run, even though it's less per character. You just have to have enough characters to have a full rotation. And that truly just depends on how many hours a day you can play. And you have to play 7 days a week. You have to play 7 days a week, and you need, like, if you only have 3 hours to play, ideally you want like 9 characters. If you can play for, I would say, shoot for 1 hour per character. And if you get really good at the game, you could probably get it down to 30 minutes per character. That's when you can start squeezing in more characters. But like, if you can play for 2 hours a day, you're gonna need 6 characters. If you can play for 8 hours a day, you need 24 characters. And like, that's basically what it boils down to. But here's the problem: if you're playing for 8 hours and you're playing 8 characters every day, you have no time to do anything but your daily logins. So you need extra time. You either need to get faster at them so you have extra time left over to do raids and other side content and horizontal progression, or you need to have a couple less characters. It's too much, man. It's too much. It's a great game though. Great game. I absolutely love this game. It literally got absolutely obliterated by the community's pay to win. And I'm not a big complainer of pay to win, but I 100% will agree that this game, even though the pay to win is not true pay to win, it conveniently becomes pay to win with the way that the community operates. But anyway, I think I'm gonna get out here a bit early, guys. I'm gonna go get me some cardio and some exercise in, and I'm gonna watch some TV. I'm gonna relax because, like I said, I'm a little overwhelmed. I'm a little stressed. I'm a little pissed. And I think tomorrow we'll come back. We'll probably play some New World just to chill. Maybe not. I have no idea. Like honestly, my brain just can't fathom that far ahead right now. But we'll be back tomorrow. We'll talk more about games. We'll try and figure out what we're gonna do. No, no one to watch. I'm sorry, mate. Like I said, I didn't get much sleep, and the game talk has completely fried me. Like I said, I've been researching games since Friday, and I'm completely fried. Absolutely, completely fried. But we'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully, we'll be in a better mood, and hopefully, we'll have some inkling of what to do. If you guys have any recommendations or thoughts, throw it in the Discord. If you haven't joined the Discord and want to join the Discord, feel free. The only thing I ask is don't be a dick. If you have any gaming questions, ever need help, want to share something, show something off, or help somebody else out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you ever need to reach me off stream, that's the best place to do it. And if you haven't checked out the Bots channel, I'd appreciate that as well. Go into the About Me, go give it a little click, go give it a like. I'd appreciate it. Any support over there would be greatly appreciated. If you ever miss a stream, want to rewatch a stream, that's the best place to do it. But I appreciate y'all. Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll talk to you guys later. Hopefully tomorrow we'll actually play some video games and not just sit here and complain all day long and hate my life. But anyway, guys, I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. See you. Bye. Thank you for being here. Bye.